Hello, je parle sur Zoom. Hello, hello, testing, testing, all good?
Bonjour tout le monde.
Hello, everyone. People out there connected, 1,600 people, maybe more. And those of you here in the room, well, hello and welcome to this conference on health as a driver for action to change and climate change. Now, how can we mobilize people, politicians with science? The fact that health is connected to the environment and climate change. So this week, we heard from the United Nations and the IPCC that it's becoming urgent, even more than urgent.
C'est vraiment une course.
The race has started. Between now and 2025, we have to begin reducing emissions, and how we can get there. And out there in the public and amongst the politicians, in English, we don't really know how to translate this. There's some couldn't care less attitudes going on. We have to fight against these couldn't care less attitudes. We're going to talk about that and many other things. I'm Chris Burns. I'm a French citizen, an American citizen as well. And I've lived in Europe for half of my lifetime, and I was a moderator in 3 clean air forums in Paris, Bratislava, and Madrid this past year. And each time we connect clean air and health with climate change. There was even a girl called Ella who died in London due to pollution. So it's all connected. So we're going to be talking about some young activists, experts, researchers, cities, and we're going to hear how urgent it is to act. Technical logistics here. We have interpreters over there in French and in English. We'll have questions for those of you who are online. And on the platform here, you should be able to see here how you can ask your questions. For those of you here in the room, you have the QR code to get connected if you need to. Or you have the mic. We'll pass the mic around the room. If it's not digital, it can be analog. We can do that here locally, physically as well. So go ahead and put your name and who you're affiliated with in the box when you do send in questions. You need to be connected. You should have the resources portal. And this is really important here because amongst us now, you have to send this out to the rest of the world. So they're not tweets. Hashtag SPF France, hashtag Health for Climate, SPF France, the IANPHI, and hashtag for climate. So you have any of those. Now let's start with the word cloud, the seminar. So let's get a word cloud up here. Please send in your answers.
Et maître, où êtes-vous?
Please log in and tell us where you are.
Parmi les 1100 personnes.
So there should be about 1,100 people should be coming in. And while we're waiting for this, our first panel that's coming after us is the urgency to act, voices from the scientific community and the young generation.
Et on va, après le word cloud, on va
So
faire
after the word cloud, we'll move right into the next session, starting with Valerie MassonDenmark, who's the chair of the Working Group 1 of the IPCC. We have Adelaide Charlier, she's the representative of the Youth for Climate NGO, and online we have Ravati Falki, UK Health Security Agency.
Et donc,
Do we have our word cloud? Are we seeing some words coming in?
et cependant, en parlant de la jeunesse,
However, let's talk about youth. Oh, it said, sorry, bad connection.
ça c'était un peu, ouais, un petit,
Okay, I guess that was a joke, right?
ok.
And we'll be talking about youth in a moment. I have teenagers who live in Belgium, where your organization is, your NGO, Youth for Climate. And so, of course, it's relevant for them. We watched the video. Can we get the word cloud up? Okay, maybe moving on then.
Mon chef me dit de passer.
I'm being told to move on from the control room. So here we go. So we saw the film together, Don't Look Up, right? I hope many of you watched that. And as we were watching Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio in that, of course, it was a metaphor for climate change. So I was talking with my children about it. And we're going to talk about that later as well with you, Adelaide. How can we mobilize people? How can we get people mobilized? How about a jingle there, please?
Alors,
Right, so I introduced you already. We have Valerie MassonDenmark, co-president of the IPCC, Group 1. Valerie, would you tell us what the main issues at stake are in terms of adaptation and dates coming up? Yes, hello everyone. Should I take off the mask when I'm speaking? Yes, I believe so. Well, just to tell you where we are climate-wise in terms of global warming, it's 1.1 degrees higher than the end of the 19th century. We're living with changes across the globe that are intensifying and impacting each region in the world and unprecedented. It's related to human activities, and greenhouse gas emissions are reaching record levels over the past 10 years. Human influence on the climate is intensifying in terms of heat, extreme rain. We're seeing droughts that are much more frequent, much more intense. The changes that we're living with are intensifying with the scope of the higher temperatures. And in terms of water cycles and seasons, events, very dry, very wet, more frequently. And there's the irreversible part of it, the melting of the glaciers, the sea level raising, sorry. So regarding climate change, we can stop the intensification, we can slow the sea level rising, but this is where we stand. It's incremental, but our actions, in fact, are not there. It's impacting our healthcare systems as well. There's a tension right now that healthcare systems are related to a lot of these direct aspects related to the food security and ecosystems. In each world region, with this 1.1 increase in temperature, there are effects on people's health. Extreme heat in the cities, in terms of working productivity, diseases that are transmitted by the vectors, water, and so on. You talked about the air quality issues and respiratory health. And also the effects of losses and damage, the concern about climate change and action that's not keeping up pace and causes anxiety and stress, so increasing mental health issues as well. So what you have to understand is that if there are no massive reductions of greenhouse emissions on a large scale, we're going to see the climate increasing to heat up. With current policies, we'll gain another 1.1 degrees in the next 20 years, and it could rise by 2 degrees in 2050 and possibly even 3 degrees by 2100. So what does that mean? One increased degree means a number of people exposed to haphazard climate changes, loss of biodiversity, a loss of forestry, tropical areas, being damaged and the populations that depend on them, cascading effects, such as a drop in crop yields because of the hydric and heat stress. There'll be other crises as well. There'll be cascading effects on revenues in trade, world markets, food prices, and exacerbating the effects on health. Malnutrition, for instance, that's a major issue for climate. Okay, so it's my wallet, it's my health. So if you want to bring it to a personal level, what you were saying, the study that you carried out just this past week, well, these are issues regarding access to water as well. And they'll reach the limits for people who are depending on ice melting for their resources. So there are limits. 1 billion people live on the seaside, in the deltas and small islands and coastal cities. The increase in sea level causes more erosion, increase of submersion. It's a major issue for about 1 billion people. And there are options of what can be done to reduce risks, but their efficiency is limited in the face of high temperature rises. We can act on the causes. That's greenhouse emissions. That's their impact on the entire food system. We can change food towards healthier, sustainable, balanced food supplies with more plant-based proteins. This is something that can improve nutrition and health and be beneficial for biodiversity by reducing pressure on ecosystems, on water, and also reducing greenhouse gas effects. So they're cross issues, they're cross initiatives. So it's climate, water, health. So our entire health system is critical, and the impacts are critical. Now, how can we build up resilient healthcare systems facing these changing climate issues? And how can we build up zero carbon healthcare systems? Transportation, buildings, energy, materials used. These are questions that are cross-cutting and related to many other sectors. Now, if we want to limit global warming as low as possible, we have to reduce global greenhouse emissions by 40% between 2030 and have net zero by 2050 to keep the temperature at 1.1 degrees. The temperature rises. How can we do this? Well, there are actions, there are drivers for actions in all sectors. We're seeing law in the legal setting. We're seeing drops in costs, say for batteries, for electric cars. We're being able to produce electricity from the sun and from the wind. But it's not up to scale. It's not going fast enough. It's not systemic across the globe. So the upcoming years are going to be critical to improve our chances of succeeding. They'll be critical because public policy, public politicians acting for the climate need to be supported, sustained. Civil society is taking charge of these, and people want to act when they see the benefits and when they experience the benefits by reducing air quality, for instance. You improve health by more healthy eating, being more active, having cities that are more pleasant to live in, that have freshness, that have cool islands that are green and blue, improving a healthier building quality, efficient energy policy, so being fair. All of this enables everyone to benefit from strong action to limit the scope of global warming, all the while being in the service of a life of dignity. So the investments are limited. 0.15% of our GDP is the estimation of the costs that are necessary. But will the countries do this? Well, it's public health policy too, because the benefits to public health drawn from better eating, a healthier diet, reducing pollution in the atmosphere, the benefits are way higher than that, than the cost of the investment to build up an MO, way of functioning, to allow for less carbon well-being, more well-being. So we have to get going. We have to mobilize youth, but everyone as well, right, Adelaide? So what's the responsibility of citizens, men and women, in these situations?
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm Adelaide, and I'm in Belgium, and Youth for Climate. We have Fridays for Future, and it's true that mobilizing youth has been present over the past 3 years with Greta Thunberg, right? Yes, amongst others. Yes, so we continue to carry her needs. And if you're in Paris, please join the March for Climate tomorrow. But what triggered these walks, these marches for climate, mobilizing youth, was a huge gap between what we were just hearing from the scientists, the alarm going off. It keeps going off, but at the same time, we're seeing very little mobilization from our politicians and even private sector. So you can see this gap that just keeps getting bigger and bigger, but we had to fill that gap. So we have to fill that gap with mobilization. And that's a transition already amongst citizens' ideas. Citizens have power, but we think we don't have enough power. We underestimate the power that we have. We've actually never talked about that before. You have to go find this, discover this, and this is how we came about, the Youth for Climate movement. Now, come back to the connection with health. Well, you'll be talking about this all day long, so I'm not going to be too lengthy here, but just wanted to remind you that the biggest risk of the 21st century for public health is global warming. You can't deny that. This has been said, but they said it's also the biggest opportunity. So there's a positive here in this. They also talked about a new injustice. The people most impacted by global warming are not the people who release the most CO2. These are not people involved in the cause of a global warming. So the goal of our movement, Youth for Climate, is to put together the MAPA, most affected people and areas. So these are the people who are most impacted and the places where they're most impacted. So these people need to be helped, and these people need to be focused on. We have to listen to these people, and this is what our movement wants to do. Because it's not only in developing countries, but it's also in our countries, rich countries where these people are victims, right? So we have to think about that. That's right. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot more gilets jaunes, right? Yellow jackets. It is a society issue, an issue for society. And we don't hear enough about the changes that need to be carried out so that we can get carbon neutrality in 2050. It has to be a societal shift, a deep-seated change, radical change. When we talk about radical, you're talking about going back to the roots of our system. And that's what we need to question today. That's why, if you look at the healthcare sector, that's why it has to be included. Not only does it need to reduce, the sector need to reduce their emissions, but there will be change in all sectors. There needs to be a change in the way all the sectors function. When we see change coming about, the whole system has to be revamped. The system that we created on health over the last few years, since I've been here, it's always been separating man from his environment, people from their environments. It's the people we are, the person we are, your mind and your mentality is disconnected from your environment. And I think that's a big mistake. You have to connect everything. You have to bring it all together because it is all interconnected. And that's, I think, the second section of the IPCC report is everything is connected, all the systems. Ecosystem. If one ecosystem falls, all the others will follow. So you have to go back and rethink that connection. And that's why if you talked about health and mental health as well. Mental health of my generation is really taking a major hit. 75% of youth consider that the future is terrifying. There's a study that says that 39% are hesitating, are reluctant to have children because they're afraid that the world is going to turn badly. I don't know if you had that for your generation. No, we were afraid of nuclear war in my generation, but it's different. It's completely different. Yeah, I understand. But when you hear most often the older people say, well, every generation has their battles. But the difference here is we're talking about the battle for humanity. It's not my generation who will face the consequences. Their consequences are already there. Today we're dealing with the consequences. We're seeing the deterioration of the environment that is jeopardizing humanity itself. So not just my generation, but that is jeopardizing humanity itself. So not just my generation, but all following generations will be impacted. And the current generations have to take their responsibility wherever they may be, whatever sector, wherever they may be. They have to really drive the change today. The most recent IPCC report says that we have 3 years to lower that curve. What are we going to do in the next 3 years to speed this up? Right, tick, tick, tick. Between now and 3 years' time, we have to have taken lots of action. Rati Falki.
Vati Falki, are you with us?
Yes,
Can we talk
can
to
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Brilliant.
Well, yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Brilliant.
Welcome. What about COP26, the key achievements and commitments related to health? Can we focus in on the health aspect of this, because that's the name of the game today?
Yes, thank you. I think I will outline very briefly 4 key achievements which I think we achieved collectively. I think the first and the most important one is that the COP26 kept the 1.5 ambition alive. And I think that is very critical to health. We've seen that from previous reports that, how much of a difference even half a degree can mean, particularly for vulnerable populations across the world. And it doesn't matter whether it's low or middle income or high income countries. So I think keeping that target, keeping that ambition alive for 1.5 and, kind of rallying behind that action was probably one of the key gains. The second one was also the recognition of health as front and center aspect. And I was very pleased to see from previous conversations that health is not negotiable. And I think many health professionals, including the WHO, has advocated this, that health not up for negotiation. That's a default area that needs to be considered, whether it's risk or resilience conversations. The third one probably is the focus on science. Science has been at the center of the IPCC processes and has been brought into previous COPs. But I think the attention that it received in this particular session for both how the impacts are understood, but also where we are with in terms of progress on action, I think that was another key highlight from kind of, understanding the impacts, but also responding to them. Perhaps the next one is also the attention that finance received. So, it's financing is not just about the availability of funds, but also how we can mobilize funds within the health sector, but also action in other sectors outside. And what does this finance really mean? Like, what mechanisms, what frameworks, and what scale at which we should be looking at? I think that was a very critical aspect. And of course, not to forget the focus on adaptation. Majority of the discussions earlier had been the balance between how much of focus is given on mitigation action versus the adaptation action. But I think this particular COP did bring that attention to adaptation action, which I completely think was needed.
Ravati, very, very quickly, because I'm so sorry, we're running almost 15 minutes behind time right now. So if we could, what I think would be a good question to pose at the moment to you is, since COP26, are you seeing COP26 said, okay, we want to do this, but we need to see plans from every government this year on how to make this happen, and keeping in mind that we've got, at least according to the IPCC, 3 years to actually start cutting emissions, and that's very linked to everybody's health. Are you getting indications already now from governments that they are going to take action, they're going to be specific about what they need to do?
Yeah, so I mean, we can always say there's always more to do. But what we are seeing from now, obviously, if you look at the report that was recently launched about how many countries have actually reference to health in their NDCs and their adaptation communication. So if you historically look at the numbers that have done in the previous COP negotiations, this one definitely has seen an increase in the number of countries that have included health in both the NDCs and also the adaptation communication side. Now, the other thing that I would say that you also see a lot of mobilization of voices of health professionals. So we've seen through the COP26 process.
That's very key.
That Yeah, so organizations representing almost 45 million health professionals signed up to the healthy prescription letter, and that is an indication of that people at the point of care want to see action because they are at the front line of kind of responding to these impacts.
Okay.
And then the last one I would say is that we have seen, and I know that we're going to hear about this more from colleagues today. We're seeing roadmaps to actions that are being developed. And, IANFI, the International Association for National Public Health Institutions, represents almost over 100 institutions. So, organizations like these are making roadmaps and putting mechanisms in place to monitor progress.
Roadmaps.
And you can also see, I think, the last thing I would say probably is also, all of this will become very clear by 2023, when the first global stocktake will be conducted to see exactly what is happening in countries and how many of these commitments are operationalized as action plans and delivered as action plans.
Tick, 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 tick. And we also got to watch the time too. I'm so sorry, Revati. Thank you very much. Thanks to all three panelists. A little bit of a hand here, maybe some applause. Thank you very much. And let us move on to the next panel. Before we do, though, I think we have a... No, we don't. We do the word cloud after that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move on. So this next panel is, I guess I stay in English on this one because we are all, I believe, speaking in English. I'm aware of the interpreters' challenge, and I feel for you. Here we are, climate change, biodiversity, and public health, from knowledge to actions. Keep in mind your questions. Please send them in on the platform that you see online. And for those of you here, you can also connect via a QR code. I think eventually we'll put that up, or just the microphone is fine. And keep in mind, please, keep in mind, let's cast this to the world. Hashtag SP France, IANFI for climate. You can do them all in one, or you can do separately, but please do tweet like a beast. We got to get this word out. Let us begin online with Dialmeid Campbell-Lendrum, head of climate change and health at the World Health Organization. Dialmeid, are you with us?
I am with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good that you're with us. And the WHO. Let's connect these two things, climate change, fighting climate change, and health. How is the WHO helping in mobilizing to get people to connect the two, that it's up to not only the planet's health, but it's my health when it comes to fighting climate change?
Well, first off, thanks very much for the invitation to speak here. Hello to everybody. Bonjour tout le monde. I will carry on in English out of deference. You don't want to hear me massacre the beautiful French language. And in terms of what WHO has been doing on this issue, I'll do two things if I may. One is to say a couple of words about our position on this issue, then run through a presentation quite quickly on the latest science on climate change and health from the IPCC report, which I was pleased to preside as one of the authors on the health chapter. But the reason I think I can be quite brief is that you have already heard many of the headlines already from the excellent panelists that have gone before me. And I think hearing their comments from one of the heads of the IPCC, from youth activists who have been one of the absolute leaders in changing the conversation on climate change, and also my colleague Revati, is that we are for the first time really starting to make this connection between climate change and health, to see that these things are absolutely interconnected. And in fact, health has some of the best arguments for convincing people of why we need to act quickly to address climate change, both from the threat of climate change to our health, but also the massive public health opportunities that we have which really mean something in people's lives, and they can be a real motivator for action. And at WHO, we've been banging this drum for a long time, and you will have heard the quotes about us saying this is the greatest public health threat of the 21st century. Acting on climate change is the greatest health opportunity of the 21st century. And just yesterday, on our WHO's birthday, we celebrate World Health Day every year on the 7th of April. The theme that we chose was Our Planet, Our Health for a Healthier Tomorrow. And it's exactly about this issue because it has now risen to the forefront of people's minds and the concern of countries around the world. So,
Diami, can I just
interject?
Can I interject a question real quick here? What comes to mind, because I know your biggest battle the last couple of years was COVID. And how much has COVID made people more aware of the importance of health and connecting that to climate change? Or did COVID distract that effort?
I would say COVID has done both of those things.
Okay.
On the one hand, if you had told us 2 years ago that the world would be willing to shut down major parts of the economy for an extended period of time,
yeah, that was
in
beautiful,
response to
wasn't
a health threat, even at WHO. Sorry?
That was beautiful for a while, wasn't it? The clean air that you could see, you could actually see Paris beautifully, clearly, and many other cities as well, right?
Well, that's exactly right. It has shown the world that sometimes health does matter more than money, and it has also showed us a glimpse of what we can have if we are able to pursue cleaner and healthier development, and that includes getting on top of the
I'll let you go ahead with your presentation. Sorry, I just had a quick question there. Please go ahead. Okay.
Well, thanks once again. As I say, I'll try and be as quick as possible. As you say, it's tick, tick, tick for the climate, but also on this program. And just a couple of words on the science itself. I won't dwell on this, but because I think people know the basics, though they know that the projections of the changes in mean conditions for key variables such as global average temperature or sea level rise are extremely concerning. We are on track for something like a 3 degrees centigrade temperature rise by the end of the century, significant increases in sea level. And we also have to remember that many of these things, we're not just talking about what happens in the next few years to the average conditions. For things like sea level rise, this trend will continue. The energy we pump into the atmosphere will continue to raise sea levels over even centuries. And so the projections on the right are the projections for impacts out to 2300. That may seem like a long way away. Most of us are based in Europe. Many of our buildings that we see in our capitals are older than that. And we're talking about the possibility of, in an extreme scenario, if things go wrong, up to even a 15-meter sea level rise. So the threats are absolutely fundamental. We also need to be concerned not just about these changes in means, but it's also often the changes in extremes which kill us. And so we see that extreme weather events such as heat stress that we would currently experience maybe 1 in 10 years under a 4 degree centigrade increase in temperature, which is not completely off the table by the end of the century. We would basically experience those approximately every year. And a 1 in 50 year event is also getting on for that level of probability. So we really have massive fundamental challenges to our public health. And just briefly to summarize some of the results from the most recent IPCC report health chapter, we are already seeing negative impacts across a wide range of health endpoints from the modest amount of climate change that we've experienced up until now. I won't dwell on these, but basically across most of our major climate sensitive disease categories, we are already seeing some level of negative impact. So this is basically the same information put more comprehensively. If you can see that across the different regions of the world, across those major health impacts, there is pretty much nothing which is getting better in terms of the influence of climate change on those. We're already well into the negative across all of these, all of this range. And as I say, that's on a already rather modest degree of warming. If we look at the projected impacts, we're again looking at quite significant increases in things which we're effectively certain about, population exposure to deadly heat waves, and also quite a high degree of confidence on improved conditions for transmission of diseases like dengue, like waterborne diseases and so on, and also emerging risks such as you've heard about in the first panel, the risk of mental health impacts, which we had hardly talked about up until this last IPCC report, is something which is coming through very strongly now. Again, this is a similar message presented graphically. It's basically showing that we're expecting negative impacts throughout these disease endpoints out into the future. The positive message here is that with well-planned and well-supported, well-financed adaptation, we can take care of a significant amount of this risk. So if we're able to put into place more resilient health systems, deal with the underlying determinants of health, poverty, access to food, water, energy, and so on, and make those climate resilient, then we can soak up a lot of the risk. But we also have to be aware that there are limits to adaptation. There are things that we cannot protect people from if climate change continues unmitigated. And this is just, in fact, presenting some results that have already been referred to earlier. That one of the things which we're now extremely concerned about is the effect of climate change on mental health, particularly of younger generations. So large surveys from around the world are showing that across the world, the majority of young people are considerably concerned, and rightly concerned. This is not a sign of irrationality. Being concerned about climate change is now the sane response. And they're also more concerned in cases where they think that their government is not adequately addressing the issue. So we have a duty to protect young people, but we have a duty to showing that we're protecting them as well. So very quickly, there's a large number of things that we can do, basically around strengthening the resilience of health systems, specific things that we can do about providing the basics, water, addressing mental health, looking at integrated adaptation approaches. These are all things which are largely partly under the responsibility of national public health institutes, or at least have a strong role to play. And finally, I just wanted to stress a point which has already been made on the large benefits that we can get from acting on climate change. And you've already heard this from Professor MassonDenmark, that we know that many of the things that we need to do to cut carbon emissions would bring, in fact, massive public health gains. And I'll just quickly show you that graphically. Hopefully you can see this. This is basically what we take as the summary of the final working group of the IPCC, which produced its report, I think, last year. It basically shows we have solutions to climate change across all sectors. It basically shows we have solutions to climate change across all sectors, the major carbon emitting sectors. Anything shown in blue is actually cost saving. It saves us money to do these things. And some of the biggest gains that we have are in energy. So the shift to renewables actually saves us money now, or a large part of it saves us money now. But we also have important interventions, positive interventions in food systems and in transport systems. And as has been underlined many times, the health gains from this can be considerable. So in transport systems, for example, pretty much everything there is in blue. So everything that shifts us to more sustainable transport, electrification of vehicles, but also public transport, walking and cycling, is actually already beneficial for us, already saves us money. So the final conclusion that I have is we think at WHO that society has basically the most simple choice that it's probably ever had to make. The conclusion from the second working group of the IPCC report is basically we have a closing window in order to act on climate change, in order to safeguard the future of humanity and civilization. So we absolutely need to act on this. On the other hand, one of the conclusions of the IPCC Working Group 3 report is that the health gains, even just considering air pollution, actually pay for the cost of mitigation. So this cost to society is nothing to act on climate change. So that should be a no-brainer, as we say in English. So the final points I wanted to make were just basically suggested roles for national public health institutes for your consideration. One is building a system-wide approach to building health resilience to climate change, and we have a framework for this, builds on the core public health functions, the building blocks of public health that most public health institutes will be familiar with. The second, again, you've heard reference to this, we want to ensure coherence and synergy across health and climate policy. So we think that every nationally determined contribution should include consideration of health. Many countries, in fact, most countries are now doing this, but they can actually improve the quality of those. And then finally, I think the most important one for national public health institutes is to support governments to make healthy green choices the default option. It should be the simple thing to do to either get on your bike and walk and cycle to work, or to have healthy, sustainable, greener diets, rather than the difficult, more expensive option. And with that, I'll just thank you for your attention, and I look forward to any discussion we're able to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Diarmid. Yes, hashtag healthier tomorrow. I see there on your last slide, and also keep in mind, everyone, that hashtag SP France ENFI for climate, either all together or separately. Please do send it out. I heard a great one from you, Diarmid. It's tick, tick, tick for the climate. That's a good one. So I hope many of you send that out. That would be really great. Thank you, Diarmid. Let's move on to Carlos Das Neves, Director of Research and Internationalization, Norwegian Veterinary Institute. Before I go on, please do keep in mind that we are trying to, for those of you who are having trouble connecting, we have a rainstorm here in Paris, and it's kind of impeding some of our connections. So if you do see a problem with that, we are working very hard on trying to resolve that. Carlos, you're joining us online. Can you hear us? Yes, oh, there you are.
There I am.
Yes. Carlos.
Bonjour, Chris.
Bonjour. Vous allez parler en français or in English?
Are you speaking English or French?
All right. Nice to see you. So what is the role of what you're doing now in connecting health with the fight against climate change? Tell us.
Well, I hope I will try to illustrate in a few slides, which I hope are actually a little flashy, how health, first of all, is much broader than just human health, but on how health and biodiversity are affected by climate, and how all this together affect each other, and how one solution that solves one problem can actually solve the problems of all three areas. So that's the story I'd like to tell to you today. And so if I can move on into this presentation, and I hope you can listen. You know, if you're coming out of if you're one of the lucky ones that does holidays now in the International Space Station and goes and see the planet from above, it looks beautiful. But for most of us down here, we know we're struggling. And that's why we're talking today about interconnections, about these problems. And the best way to illustrate this, perhaps, is to take you exactly like Hansen and Gretel, go on a breadcrumb trail. And science has been putting these crumbs along in front of us. I mean, we've heard today about the IPCC reports. They've been very, very clear, very good breadcrumbs. There is evidence that climate change is threatening the health and the well-being of us. It's clear that it's a now or never, the time to act. And just last week, we got the message that we have now a good picture of the problem. We can now pave the way to put solutions into place. But a few more crumbs to you. Last year, the IPBES and IPCC joint effort to talk about climate and biodiversity, a very clear message: human-caused climate change threatens nature and its resources. And myself had the pleasure to join other colleagues around the world in another IPBES report linking biodiversity to pandemics. And while we painted a rather dark scenario of these interlinks, we also gave a very good positive message that I chose to illustrate here. There is a positive conclusion. We have the power to make a change. But let's be honest, we did paint a dark scenario. Here, just one quote: future pandemics will emerge more often. They will probably spread quicker. They will do more damage. They will affect us, and we need to transform. And we need to transform, and let me now also take you a little trip around a few facts, which I hope for most of you are undisputable. We live in a small little village. We move quicker, animals move quicker, pathogens move quicker, problems move quicker. We're also perhaps much quicker than ever before using the resources that the planet has put at our disposal. Here a picture from the Global Assessment Report 2 years giving us that message. We are using resources too quick, too unsustainably. And these resources are also being affected, by the way, by climate change, not just by our utilization. We need to change. I could also tell you that while new species come and some species departure, and this is part of the evolution, species have been disappearing from the face of this planet quicker than ever before. We are speeding this process. Some of them because of climate change, some of them because of our actions. And sometimes people don't really think about it, but actually, sometimes less species can be a door opener for diseases. We won't go into a lot of examples here, but let me share you one. Hantavirus, which you might have heard of. Studies showing that when the amount of species of rodents goes down, the disease comes up. Or the picture there from a study in Brazil, that when you reforest, when you bring more biodiversity into the ecosystem, antivirus outbreaks go down. So yes, extinction can also lead to disease. But perhaps the most well-known example is land use. We are changing the way we use lands, and we know from studies that up to 30% of all emerging threats are related to land use. And while this picture illustrates what we usually show, a tropical forest being destroyed, here back home in Norway, I like to show this picture. These are Norwegian mountain cabins along the hill. We are changing land use back here. It's not a faraway problem. And when we do this land change, problems happen. And I don't have the time to show you that little infographic, but if you get to look at this later on, it's a really nice picture because it brings you some of the very famous diseases that you've all about heard, Ebola, Nipah, and so on. But it shows that all of them are related to the way we relate to the land. Agriculture, destruction of forests, links to wildlife. These things are behind disease emergence. And I mentioned wildlife because that's another example of climate, biodiversity, and health that get together. We know that a lot of the emerging diseases come from the wilds, but we should also be aware that the way we relate to these species can affect that. And there's been a lot of discussion about the pangolins and COVID, as you're very aware of in the last years, but hopefully now we've learned that the pangolin has no guilty parts on COVID, but let me be straightforward. If this picture illustrates your dinner, you shouldn't really be surprised that you can get something from a wildlife species. And if you engage in wildlife trading, farming wildlife species for whatever purposes, driving species to extinction because of unsustainable hunts, or if you mix your domestic animals with your wildlife, you are asking for trouble, if I can put it like that. So all these are drivers, but perhaps the one that brings us here today as well is climate. And while I have a very nice and healthy polar bear in my back, this is unfortunately another picture of a polar bear. And it illustrates very well the impact that climate change is having in the Arctic. And Arctic, Antarctic, it's because we have polar bears up here in the north, and Antarctic we don't have. It would be a pity to have to change the name of this region to the Northern Antarctic because we run out of polar bears. But climate affects health. And I want to give you actually two examples of affect health without actually affecting human health, to put in context that when I talk about health is not just about our health. Let me take you to Norway. In 2006, in a very unique hot summer, in the beginning of summer, we had a unique situation where high temperature and high humidity led to, in the course of 1 month, a very typical bacterial disease, that Pastorella, not to overexpress itself. And in 1.5 months, we lost 1/3 of the muskox population. It's a big animal, and it's the last muskox population in the European continent. 1/3 of the population wiped out in 1.5 months. due to climate. And if 1/3 is not scary enough for you, let me take you to Kazakhstan, where in 2015, again, due to the combination of high temperature and high humidity, more than 200,000 of the saiga antelopes were wiped out. You know, the picture there on the corner shows, you know, they just dropped dead in the field. It's quite an impressive image. 2/3 of a population, I hope you will agree, threatens biodiversity, threatens the survival of the species, threatens health. And for those working in conservation, the most typical example of a disease that is a game changer, an extinction game changer, is of course a disease that affects frogs. It's a fungal disease that has for the last decades the loss of millions and millions of frogs, of amphibians. It has wiped out of the face of this planet several species. And we know now from science that it's affected by climate, because the fungal is now enjoying more higher altitudes where the weather is now permitting them to act, and for species that were not touched by that fungal to be sustainably, to be infected and to die. So all these examples should be enough, but sometimes for politicians, I need to bring the message home. So to my minister, instead of these examples, I just show you her this map. You know, that's our little green corner of the world, minister. All these little dots are diseases that will either kill humans, spread from animals to humans, or simply kill animals, which are food sources. All of them are today not present in Norway. All the ones I put a circle are moving up north with climate change. So I'm not talking of a tropical problem. I'm not talking of a Southeast Asia or Amazon challenge. I'm talking something happening right outside our back door, and we need to be active. I've mentioned a lot of dramatic examples. Now I want just to tell you that sometimes we get this to work. And here is just to illustrate that, an example from the Africa savanna. You know, we had a disease that used to kill wildebeests. No wildebeests, more grass, more fires, less trees, less CO2 capture. Bad for biodiversity, bad for climate, bad for the environment. And then we went in and we vaccinated, and we got rid of this disease. The wildebeests were back. They eat the grass, less fire, more trees, CO2 gets captured. An example that's improved biodiversity, improved the ecosystem, mitigated climate change, and probably increased tourism, economic revenue, and the sustainability of local communities. So with this, my message is, if you're looking for someone to blame for all of this, perhaps Homo sapiens sapiens is the guy that is missing on that mugshot there. And we are to blame, but we can also solve the problem. And that means, and I borrow here a slide from IPBES, that if we want to make that sand clock change, we need to look at the nexus between all these compartments: water, food, health, food production systems, climate, biodiversity, diseases. All these things are interlinked. If we understand how they're interlinked, we'll have a chance to make a change. And perhaps I'm a little biased. I'm a big One Health supporter. So the change I would tell you is we need to work in a One Health way. And a One Health way recognizes these interlinkages and recognizing that what you do to solve one problem might solve many. And I'm very happy that actually just last 2 weeks ago, the big international organizations got together and went from the tripartite into the quadripartite, all on board with One Health to make a change. And we need all on board, because if this is going to work, we need the politicians, the research, the private sector, and the society to engage. And if I'm going to be a little critical, I would say that very often we've had reactive politicians, unconvinced private sector, an uninterested society, and a fragmented scientific environment. COVID has perhaps changed this a little. It's our job to keep it going. And it's our job to keep it going here also in Europe. I know a lot of my colleagues in Africa, they've taken One Health. They've truly embodied this. Here is examples of national One Health plans in Rwanda, in Nigeria, in Uganda, in Ethiopia. Once again, let me be critical. Where is the Norwegian One Health plan? Where is the French One Health plan? Where is the Portuguese, where I come from, for example? We don't have it. So we need to recognize that we need to embody this in the way we work. And I was going to say that you need to focus more on predicting and preventing climate change, biodiversity loss, emergence of diseases. If we do that, we will have less problems we need to detect and less problems we need to handle. And I'm very happy to see, as I illustrate there in the slide, a few initiatives, one out of France, actually Présods, and the One Health program in Europe. We're starting to see a change in the way we work. We're starting to go up this stair rather than coming always down the stair, which is totally wrong. My last message is to say that it's not just about wanting to do this, we need to have the tools to do this. And for that, I would illustrate, not with this slide, I will jump, but with this last one to say governance needs to adjust. And we are now about to discuss the possibility of a pandemic treaty, as well as at COP, we're discussing about the treaties, and at the CBD, we were talking about the post framework, biodiversity framework. All these initiatives need to bring One Health to their core. It is essential that they materialize change, looking at these linkages. This is how you want to work. Now, if you want to have real solutions, you don't need to listen to me. And my last two slides, 1 minute each, is two very nice films produced by IPCC and IPBES and by IPBES to give you some good ideas of what the solutions might be to solve the problem at the interconnection. Please follow. Film on the pandemics. So that's it, Chris. This is what I wanted to share with all of you today. And merci pour l'attention.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
A big hand to Carlos. Let's give that to Carlos also for the videos. And thank you for all the breadcrumbs leading us to some solutions. Thank you very much. And we have barely 10 minutes left in this panel, and we do still need to talk to Duncan Selby, president of INFI, which is the International Association of National Public Health Institutes. And Duncan, lucky that you're willing to make this a Q&A so we can hopefully finish on time and get some questions in from the audience. Please do send them in. Or if there's anyone here in the room who would like to ask, we have a roving microphone for you. Diarmid made, or a little earlier, Diarmid with the WHO said that national health institutes are very much a role in this. And I might just sort of interject one thing is that, I've been in other conferences where we talk about how the importance of doctors are very important too, because who do you trust? Who does the public trust more than politicians, more than lots of people? It's their doctor, yes. Right?
Yes, bonjour. Thank you, Chris. And I find these presentations inspiring. And it's so positive to be having this conversation and for IAMFE to be a co-sponsor, because we think that we can do more in this space. And our work over the last 12 months or so has been to say we need to get more prominence in this debate. We need to get climate change as an institutional priority for every National Public Health Institute. The unique thing about IAMFE is it brings together over 100 institutes across the world. And our job is simple. It's to protect and improve the health of the people. It's to build capability, capacity through peer-to-peer support. We are all part of government. We are in our own ways government agencies, from China to Rwanda to Mexico, right across the world. And yet climate change does not feature on our agendas in the way that we believe they should, and we want to change that. And so we've published a series of measures that we believe every National Public Health Institute should be engaged in. And mainly we want to be in the room in having those conversations with governments so that we can present the evidence and we can be part of the thinking about the solutions.
Yeah, in fact, we heard Carlos just a few minutes ago kind of laying down the gauntlet, saying that some countries have come forth with plans, but yes. Others have not, yes. Right? And it's a matter of coordination among all the health institutes, yes. Right?
Intersectorally, that no one part of the system can solve this, but working together. So, again, Carlos was speaking about One Health, which is something that, of course, we support. I think there's wonder is about being right isn't sufficient. Having the evidence, clearly the science is there. So there's something missing about why we're not converting that understanding into the actions, that we can see that it can be done, but it's not the action by one or another, but by all of us. And so National Public Health Institutes are part of that solution. We are unique in providing or bringing together intelligence and surveillance and science, emergency response. We can produce evidence, we can evaluate policy, but mainly what we want to be is part of that trusted community where politicians, decision makers, wish to have us in the room, where we can understand that there are other factors affecting political decisions, but what we want is for our perspective and the evidence to be in that room and to be wanted in the room. Mm-hmm. We're not think tanks or government, we're not university departments, but we are agents for science and evidence. We want to raise our game as an international association to put climate change right into the heart of our work.
Now, I have a question here. Do you understand English, French, or do you?
I was going to say I hope so.
Well, no, I can translate, I guess. To increase the resilience of systems, health systems, is a good thing. This is a question coming in. All right, it's more like a statement, but don't we essentially have to intervene in investing more massively in the actions of prevention, of reducing the factors, the risk factors? Let's see here. Hang on a second. Reducing the risk factors, about nutrition. Anyway, linking these health policies with fighting climate change. Don't we have to invest more?
Well, yes, we do. I mean, the pandemic has proven the importance of detection, early warning and response. It's shown the importance of surveillance and epidemiology and understanding what's happening. The importance of joining all this up, that health and wealth are inseparable. And we're talking about cleaner air through the pandemic, and you were talking about this, but many people have lost their employment. Many people have been pushed into poverty because we need to join this up. And as our earlier speakers were talking, we need to be thinking about equity and about who's being most affected by this. And so when we think about public health, we have to think about how this all comes together and is joined up together, and how we make our choices with an eye to those that are most affected and the poorest in our communities. So yes, we have to invest, but it's been proven time and again, if we invest, we can save. We know that by investing in public health is good for the health of the people, which in turn improves prosperity. And yet this is the hardest thing for governments to. So we'll instead of spending millions, we'll spend billions. We are not attuned to
it's reactive
invest
instead
to
of
save, and
instead
this
of
we need to
proactive,
change.
right?
Yeah. But we want to be part of that conversation. We don't want to be in there just saying you're getting it all wrong. We want to be in there with solutions and opportunities for governments to act individually and together.
Would it be important to demonstrate how public health functions are impacted by climate change?
It's all interconnected. The essential public health functions that the World Health Organization have published were very, all about the actions, adaptations and mitigations for climate change. I won't run through them, but they are all about protecting and improving the health of the people, emergency preparedness and response, good science, research, all these things, working with communities, and crucially, you talked about the importance of trust. These are all part of what a public health institute, if we had perfection in the world, that every country in the world would be capable of.
I guess it's important to demonstrate the risks, the potential costs if we don't take action, and the cost of investing to prevent it from getting worse.
Yeah, I'm normally in conversations about non-communicable disease, like diabetes and cardiovascular disease and obesity, and things that we know would work to improve, not only because we want to help people avoid it, but future costs.
Yeah.
And if we were investing now, what we could, not only about improving life and life expectancy, but good health in life, but also future costs. Two sides of the same coin.
Okay. We have a couple minutes left, and I'd like to call up a word cloud for those of you who are connected, and maybe we can have a couple of words on that very quickly before we go to the break. Can we put up the word cloud, the nuage de mots? I guess I'll leave this in English since we're doing this in English. After hearing these presentations, what is your priority for action? What is your priority for action? And let's see the word cloud on here. And maybe Duncan, you'd like to comment on that. Maybe you can tell us yourself what is, one priority for ENFI action to take now.
For national public health institutes, for which I'm the president, is advocacy to get this as an institutional priority for every national public health institute across the world.
Right.
Building capacity. So you said one, okay, but there are others, and peer-to-peer support is a massive part of that. But I think getting it as a priority named for every national public health institute in the world would be a big step forward.
Right, right. Word cloud, can we call that up now? Can we see the word cloud? Okay. Perhaps, now here we go. Orientation, European research. I'm not sure if this is this the one? It's a little bit general. Okay, a couple other actions, immediate actions and messages from ENFI. What would you like to cast out here that we should be tweeting?
So I think intersectoral collaboration has been said many times about One Health and about all the different mitigations and adaptations. But the critical thing is that we are joining these things up and collaborating as a world on this. We need to invest absolutely, and we need to invest also in our national public health institutes. I'm not sitting here to make that. I'm just saying they are absolutely critical to this.
Do you exchange information among the institutes?
We do.
And to see maybe, I hate that word best practices, but I mean, what works on the ground for maybe in one country?
Absolutely.
And we're going to see some cities later on how this works.
Good examples.
That if that works in one country, why don't we try this in another?
Exactly, and lots of examples of doing that and sharing best practice and learning from each other, the peer-to-peer work that I mentioned, and training, but building capacity, all of these things. And greening our organizations, so leading by example, and every National Public Health Institute publishing how it's getting on with this. And we have established a thematic committee within IAMFI. We're very focused about what we work on. We only have 3, and one of them is climate change and health. And that led to the roadmap, which we've, I think somebody has been made available to everyone that I'm referring to. But we're also surveying our people about future indicators that we could publish globally that would hold us to account. So how are we doing here? So we have a range of ways of bringing more visibility to this, and the roadmap is to raise that. We want to be more present in this debate. We've got skills, we've got expertise we can bring to bear, but we need to be in the rooms where decisions are being made, because we're wanted in the rooms.
Among those rooms, the doctor's office. Right?
Yeah.
Across Europe, if your communication can wind up in doctors' offices, I think more people will pay attention.
Well, we've made a lot of progress on that in areas like tobacco control and diet, and we've made more progress in thinking about clean air and so on. But what we haven't been is joined up about how this all comes together, and how it's. I know these are words, but they are totally and utterly interdependent. And if we can get it right for the health of our people, we can get it right for the prosperity of our world. And if we can do that, we can invest more in those that are at the wrong end of this and are at the margins of this, because the way that we'll really make a difference is by paying attention to those that do not enjoy good health, because they're the ones that don't enjoy good prosperity and climate change and all of that joined up. So what we want to do is to bring visibility to this, and we think climate change is a wonderful way of bringing all that together.
Absolutely. Duncan, thank you very much. Thanks to Diarmid, thanks to Carlos. A round of applause for our 3 speakers on this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thanks to you. We are now on time. Well, we're 3 minutes behind into the coffee break, so we will take on va prendre un pause café.
So coffee break, and we'll be back at 11:30 to start talking about how to improve integration of climate, biodiversity and public health in public policies.
Donc, bienvenue encore.
So welcome back to this conference
Santé.
with Santé Publique France and the French presidency of the European Union. Up to now, we were able to link health to
Maintenant,
the fight against climate change. And now we want to talk about how to improve integration of climate, biodiversity, and public health in public policies. It is a real challenge, and I've been living in Brussels for more than 10 years, and I can see that how within Parliament, within the European Commission, this is a very topical issue. Opinions vary about this topic, and we'll be able to talk about it during our panel. You can ask your questions on our platform. I think now our technical issues have been solved despite the heavy rains outside. And there's also a microphone that we can pass around if you're here in the room. Think about the hashtag SPFrance, INF, and For Climate. Do send messages, tweets about what you can hear during this panel. It would be very beneficial if the rest of the world could hear about what we're talking about here today. Let's start with Magali Regeza. Magali Regeza is a senior lecturer in geography at the École Normale Supérieure, the ULM School of Higher Studies of the French High Council for Climate, and Geneviève Chen, Executive Director of Santé Publique France, John N. Newton, qui vient de l'Université d'Exeter,
Manager for Sustainable Development, Pilot Hame Region.
Rita Maija Hamelian, who is Manager for Sustainable Development, Päijät-Häme Region, Joint Authority for Health and Social Welfare in Lahti, Finland. So Magali, why is health not very present in public health policies? Thank you for your invite, first of all. And I'd like to comment on what our young colleague said this morning. Since this morning, we've been wondering how we can switch from an observation and the will to act and what we can do at the operational level. So why would we have more reasons to act now compared to when the first IPCC report was published more than 32 years ago? I think we were all very young then. And you can remove your mask, yes. So some issues about health as well. Health policies, public health policies have been integrating these injunctions within the main large health pillars. So we want to switch from curative to something that is more preventive, looking for co-benefits. That's been done in many public health policies. For instance, when you're being told stop smoking, here you can see the co-benefits of stopping cigarettes, the use of cigarettes. Regarding climates, continuous policies in time, despite instability and political instability, we can see how we've been changing political parties and how this can be an obstacle for these policies. That's the case in France and other European countries. We're going to ask ourselves these questions at each decisional stage level. Within states, we're talking about the executive power, but also the legislative power. What is happening within parliaments? What is happening within central administrations? It's the same as well for the territorial level, the regional level, and they rely on coalitions of regional public stakeholders with governances that are very different from one another. So the issue of public policies is fundamental because whether we're talking about health, climate, biodiversity, even if private stakeholders must play a role, our democracies do have a leading role to play and must lead by example. They are accountable. So first question, to take into account these three areas, and we know that within the IPCC reports, it's been long. We have taken a long time to integrate those three issues. And when we look at how public policies are made in most democracies, nation states, we see that each sector, health, biodiversity, climate, will require specific skills, specific know-hows. So yes, we can say we need to be cross-cutting, we need to be systemic, but in practice, it requires a certain level of expertise and breaking down silos. So yes, think about global level, but structurally speaking, making public policies is following this method. So yes, we can reverse the issue. So why wouldn't be a better option to make the frameworks more relevant, the already existing frameworks more relevant, rather than reinventing the wheels? In France, we create more organizations, and in the end, we can't progress. So first requirement, which is a prerequisite for each public policy, is to better understand the relationship between climate, biodiversity, and science. So it could be obvious for people who are constantly working on this topic, but it's not the case for everyone. So in the IPCC, even within the scientific community, there have been breakthroughs, and they're the result of public policies that have invested in science. And if you've been working on this, you probably know the what else concept, One Health, One Planet, and we see that certain countries, such as France, in its recovery plans, in the investment in future, have invested credits, funds to allow fundamental research to progress on this. In this research, we forget to put forward social science, the social and human science dimension, or they're reduced to the economical impacts and the behavioral issue. But in the IPCC report, it's been said that we must work on society, on social levers, so that we avoid reaching tipping points. And once we've identified these issues, these evidence-based issues, we need to better understand, to measure the impact on individuals, collectivities, communities, and we're far from having these assessments. Valerie this morning talked about the ripple effect. So we need to think about this to link it with public policies. For instance, earlier you talked about mental health, something that had been a blind spot for years, and the link between biodiversity and mental health must be established. Studies today show that there is a correlation between an access to an environment with healthy biodiversity and people's health. We don't know why yet, but we know that there is a connection. Many fields are not taken into account. For instance, prevention of health risk, the issue of aging, bee protection, and aging. We don't see the link for now, but the issue of disability care, and what is within public policies is compensation systems. In France, public stakeholders, parliaments are considering social security funding, in insurance, many economic fields. We talked about malnutrition this morning. We talked about the health-related challenges, health crisis. This is a first very relevant mechanism, the SDGs, the fact that in these diagnoses we can integrate SDGs. And the fact that we must systematically integrate vulnerability diagnosis. So what is the impact on people's health because of extreme events and the recurrency of these events, chronicle aspect? And what is the impact on a certain number of pathogens? So how will we survive tomorrow if our hospitals are not able to survive heat waves because our buildings are not well insulated, because we can have to face water scarcity. And in developed countries, we have for too long considered that these issues were experienced by developing countries, but actually everything is connected: biodiversity, public health. And today we see the impact on health professionals, because tomorrow, with extreme events, if health professionals are affected, then we won't be able to cure people. So how do you observe this? How do you link it to raising awareness with decision makers? The High Council for Climate I belong to, and Valerie as well, have been putting forward tools for public policies. First of all, we need to think about the right deadlines. We're not talking about 2050. We have insisted on carbon neutrality for 2050 and the boomerang effect, that is, within 3 years we must act. No, we need to have a timeline by 2025, 2030, with a regular assessment for our public policies. Right now, it hasn't been done yet, and we haven't directed the right means for this. We need to understand what is the steering level, the subsidiarity level, the role of states, the fact that each state has each history. For instance, the political history of Finland, Sweden, the US, Canada are not the same, and all solutions can't be a substitute for the other. And there is no regional optimal level. We keep looking for the best action level. Sometimes it might be at the city level, at the region level, at the municipality level, at the state level. It doesn't matter. And there is an action lever, and I will conclude on this, that is overlooked: territorial land use policies. And it is important because it affects material infrastructures, functions, the way we move around, and it does have negative impacts. We must understand that public policies that will integrate health, climate, biodiversity might have regressive impacts. Access to health for the poorest population, to health professionals. So we need to find compensation mechanisms to anticipate, and we need to mobilize funds to train people. And this goes beyond state of emergency to allow progress in existing frameworks without necessarily looking for a modification, because we don't have time. All right, so we heard the academic side of this topic. Let's look at what Santé Publique France does. How can we implement this at the national level? These are health issues, but also we're talking about land use, right? Geneviève Chen, Executive Director of Santé Publique France. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to welcome all of you who are online today for this major day. And as a General Director of Santé Publique France, I am proud to welcome, to be part of this day on climate change, climate emergency, and public health, so that we can make these links more visible between climate change and health. This is a priority in our work, and we all share the same opinion on how important public policies are to act on climate and to improve health. So how can we do more? That's the question today. And I'd like to talk about this interconnection. So one of the main missions of Santé Publique is to monitor health. And for this health surveillance, monitoring, we need measures. We need to make these measures more visible. For instance, health impacts, whether the direct or indirect, for instance, damages related to air pollution and social impact as well due to populations, displacements, and the result of some public policies. So the idea is that we need to create indicators in all these areas. And today, these indicators are not used enough in the public policies making process. So we need these indicators and these measures so that we can establish priorities. And depending on the needs, we can then assess which kind of public policies are needed. It's important that we do this to assess the impact as well. In France, a report was written by Santé Publique France in 2021 on these indicators, and it would be better integrated in adaptation policies, adaptation to climate change. And 4 indicators are grouped together in the health and society article of the observatory, the NERC, and we need to keep building, developing these indicators in a certain number of areas and make them public. So let's have a look at the international survey. We see that there's a large diversity of indicators, and this is what the joint roadmap is about with the international network of national public institutes, the ANFI, so that we can group these indicators together and they become part of a framework. So what is a framework? We need to define challenges. So one challenge being a heat wave, for instance. What are the indicators in different areas, the dangers, exposures, vulnerability, impact, intervention? So the danger, for instance, here is the frequency, the intensity, the geographical area of a heat wave. These are concrete indicators. How do they evolve in time? Does it evolve? Does it increase? Does it decrease? And once public policies have been created. So yes, you are implemented actions via Santé Publique France, and you're working with stakeholders that are external to the health sector, for instance, the Meteorological Institute in France. Yes, indeed, we need to be involved with these kind of partners, stakeholders. The Meteorological Institute in France is measuring temperatures, and it can give us information, alert us when there is a change, and we will measure the impact on health. So, for instance, who is going to A&E at the time, who needs to see a doctor when there are symptoms, to send a doctor at home. When do we need to trigger an alert? So yes, we're working with other actors such as Météo France. We're working with the Agency for the Environmental Transition, and we create measures on air pollution, the impact of air pollution, work with cities. And I'd like to get back to the different categories of indicators: vulnerability, social and economic precariousness, impact on housing, impact on access to care. We talked about monitoring systems. So there is a link between the health sector and other sectors, and this is what must be the result of indicators that are published together. And I'll conclude on this, but this is what the pandemic has taught us. We need to make these indicators public. They are, of course, useful for the decision makers to create public policies, then they must be made public for citizens as well, so they are better informed. And it becomes a lever as well. It strengthens the trust in public stakeholders. You are not representing the Ministry of Health. You are not the ones making public policies. But with Santé Publique France, you are an information center for politicians, for the public sector. Yes, a public health agency is using science-based data to then provide solutions, to be operational, to translate public policies, to be a support to make them, but also to be able to translate them for stakeholders who are implementing them. I'd like to give the floor to John Newton, who's the professor of Public Health and Epidemiology at the European Centre for Environment and Human Health.
By Magali and Geneviève. All this information we agree with. We know this is important, right?
Yeah.
But from an informational standpoint, your hands are tied. You can only say so much. It's up to the politicians and the public to respond. Can I ask you that? How do you, from a European level, how do we make that happen from a European level and a national level? And we'll talk about Finland after that. John.
Yes, Chris, thank you very much. I think you've gone to the heart of the problem there with that question.
Yeah.
The first thing to say, actually, is just to thank all the previous speakers for making the case so fluently on the fact that we are at a critical point. I think Dermot referred to a closing window.
Right. Tick, tick, tick.
Tick, tick, tick. And Adelaide also, from the youth point of view, made the point that we need to think radically. We need to think differently.
Yeah.
So we have a closing window for 3 reasons, because we now know that the science is very strong, both on the effects and on the actions that are required.
Yeah.
We have a very high level of awareness, both amongst the public and amongst policymakers, and we have, to some extent, a willingness to act amongst policymakers. And I think that is perceptible at COP26 as well. In the way.
You don't think it was just a lot of lip service, COP26?
I think there was a lot of lip service,
Okay.
but I think there was also some sign that there is a willingness to act from policymakers, which hasn't been there before. And from the UK context, we have our own Prime Minister, who is somebody who now does seem to understand the need to act. So little case of one there. So then the question is, it does become an implementation problem.
Yeah.
Now, I think the thing, and it's very important, first thing, it's very important that public health agencies, the Santé Publique France and the International Association of National Public Health Agencies, are taking a leadership position on climate change. That is a very important thing, and as a public health professional, I think that is very much to be welcomed. But that alone is not enough. I think the danger, if we look at the track record of how public health, but also governments have responded to previous threats, whether it's tobacco, whether it's air pollution, whether it's obesity. The track record is not good. We knew 60 years ago that smoking caused lung cancer and was killing people, and still we have tens of thousands of people every year dying from the effect of tobacco. So I think my argument, my response to your question would be that we cannot expect to use the same tools and approaches that we have used for these previous public health problems for climate change, because A, it may not work, and secondly, if it does work, it'll be far too slow.
Yeah.
So we have to be more disruptive. We have to move out of our comfort area. I think 3 specific things I'll mention, and then perhaps hand back to you. First thing is we need to recognize that from the scientific point of view, we need to assess the positive effects of environment and climate and biodiversity, as well as the harms. Traditionally, we've always thought about the harms, and we haven't properly measured the benefits. And that's, in fact, the purpose of our institute in Exeter was set up 10 years ago with that in mind.
What's the payoff here, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the nature-based solutions, the fact that, if we're going to approach antimicrobial resistance, air pollution, land use, food security, these are all the positive effects, mental health. There's very good evidence now of the positive effects of protecting the environment on health, but also more generally, of course, the co-benefits. So the first thing is positive as well as negative.
Yeah.
The second is different sort of networks. So it's no good the health sector talking to the health sector, working with hospitals. We have to go out, we have to work with the civil engineers. This is back to the 19th century when public health worked with civil engineers. We built, the people who built our world. They need to be our partners, and that's not going to be comfortable. It's not easy for us. And the third thing is the money, is the finance. There are many things where we know there is a positive health economic benefit, but that's not good enough. You have to have the money in the right place. You have to internalize the external cost. There are all kinds of things that have to be done before the money will move. So everyone will say, yes, of course we understand that this is cost effective, but we don't have the power to invest that money in that solution. I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do.
Especially since we've been spending so much on the COVID crisis and now in the Ukraine crisis.
Yeah.
I mean, how do we find the money for the environment?
Exactly. So the finances are critical to this.
Yep.
And then the final thing, as you mentioned, COVID, we have to learn the lesson from COVID. As Madame Chen said, the surveillance is absolutely critical. Putting data out transparently, putting the data in the hands of the people who can use it to make a difference, whether that's the public, whether it's policymakers, the same data, all at the same time. Everybody has the information, and then we can move on. So, and then the fact that for COVID, the whole world got together to some extent, not perfect, but there was a level of international cooperation we've never seen before.
It's an example that we can mobilize if something mobilizes us, if we're moved to do it, right? We have to establish that common threat, which we've done time and again.
Indeed.
Let's see how on a national level this is working. And I would also like to once again ask those of you watching in here, in the room and beyond, please send in your questions, because I'd like to get to a few of them before we take our lunch break. You can put them in on the platform, and please, of course, hashtag SPFrance ENFI for climate. All three of those are great. Let's move to Rita. And Rita, you know what? I want to show your video first. It's a great video talking about how Lahti, Finland, is taking action. It's paying attention to all these things that we just talked about. Let's see that video first.
Että tähän laskettiin vuosikymmeniä kaikki Lahden jätevedet ja myös teollisuuden litkut. 60-luvulla järvi oli niin huonossa kunnossa, että koko Enonselkä muuttui vihreäksi. Sinilevää oli talvellakin ja vesi haisi kamalalta. Näillä maan ongelmaa yritettiin ratkaista lisäämällä veteen happea, mutta laihoin tuloksin. Onneksi 80-luvulla järveä alettiin tutkia tosissaan. Samalla ymmärrettiin, että siitä huolehtiminen onkin paljon isompi homma.
Rehevöitymisen estämiseksi on kalastettu 5 miljoonaa kiloa särkeä, kuoretta ja lahnaa. Siis 3000 tällaista veneellistä täynnä kalaa.
luvulla EU-rahoitus loppui ja sinilevä valtasi taas järven. Mietittiin, että saadaanko tästä puhdasta ikinä.
Onneksi päätettiin perustaa Vesijärvi-säätiö. Siihen saatiin mukaan kaikki järven tulevaisuudesta kiinnostuneet tahot.
Järven kunnossapito ei voi olla projektiluontoista. Sen pitää olla jatkuvaa ja määrätietoista hommaa.
Työ jatkuu yhä, mutta projekti on jo nyt oppikirjaesimerkki vesien hoidosta. Mutta me tähdätään siihen, että vuonna 2100 järven tila on entistä parempi.
Tästä syystä Lahti on Euroopan ympäristöpääkaupunki 2021.
Awesome, Rita. And you know, as John mentioned, how we have to work with civil engineers. We saw the stormwater guy talking about that and how important that is to work with everybody and make it happen. Tell us a little more about how it's going in Lahti.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much for the...
We have your mic? Is it on? Try it.
Thank you for the invitation for the...
Is it working?
Is it working now?
Don't know. Hey, try this one. Yeah, it's working. It's working.
It's working. Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation for this very interesting panel discussion and the whole conference. I must say that I have two hats in the regional health authority, and I'm playing the sustainable development manager role, and then I'm also heading the Nature Step to Health program that is more focused on people. So if we think about in the city of Lahti and the Päijät-Häme region, health services are producing about 4% of the green gas emissions in general and worldwide. So we are trying to decarbonize our healthcare services. And how is that happening? We have plans to transfer the energy sources to renewable energy sources. Of course, we need a lot of heating in Finland, whereas in other countries it's air conditioning. But because of the climate change, it might be so that we need also build up our air conditioning systems in hospitals and care homes. So that is another area of increasing the green gas emissions, but we need to find the solutions. It's also that our transport fleet will be electrified soon. Another thing is that we need to also accelerate the digital services for patients and customers. As you understand, we have social and health services together. They are integrated services, and that way we are also decreasing the handprint of environmental handprint of the patients. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, in the service level, we need to take consideration also the reducing the all appliances and products and so on, which produce also the green gas emissions. So we are building up the environmental criteria for procurement of that products and equipments.
I think an interesting angle is because there are disadvantaged in your territory, in your region, and how you're working with different actors to address their problems and connecting that with the environment.
Yes, I'm coming to that one.
You're coming to that.
Yes, because we have this Nature Step to Health program, that is 10-year program for the Lahti region. Then we are trying to improve the nutrition level. That means that healthy nutrition, but a lot of more plant-based meals.
Yes.
And that we are starting in the schools and daycare centers and also workplaces, so that the meal planning and so on is more plant-based products. Another thing is about mobility and mobility by bikes, walking, with public transport. We know by research that when you use public transport, you walk more. Another area is the living environment, where we can develop more connections to nature, and also the heating systems and other things that bring the decarbonization of the heating system. Also, we are building connections to nature, different trails. We have a geopark at the moment that is a really new area for inhabitants to visit and try to get the more people connected to nature. There are also many benefits of nature for those people who are suffering from mental health. And we are living in Finland with a lot of forests and lakes. We think that many people are disconnected to nature, and we try to bring that back to their life. And also for the disadvantaged people, as you mentioned.
John, what about this aspect of mental health? How are you addressing that, and trying to maybe assist different governments and local governments, national, regional governments in dealing with that?
Yeah, indeed, very important. And I mean, the first thing, as often, is to generate the evidence base, and that is now well established. People were really quite critical of it until quite recently, but now it is well established. And then working in partnership. So in the UK, we have partnerships with our national parks. So we had a concordat launched by one of our ministers between the national parks of England and the National Public Health Agency. The important thing, there are two aspects to it which I'd mention. One is that you have to have the assets there to generate connectedness to nature. So you need to have good quality natural landscapes. But then you also have to have services. So the asset itself is not enough. You have to invest in a process of generating connectedness to nature. It's not just putting children or people from a difficult background into a national park. There has to be some process which allows them to connect. And both of those things need to be in place. But there are good examples internationally.
Rita, you had something to add.
I would like to add.
Yes.
Yes, I would like to add that it's important to have partnerships. And also within this program, we are trying to integrate the enterprises to develop those services in forestry areas, lakes areas, so that people could easily get the connection to the nature. And the partnership building is really important of the Nature Step program, because we want to promote health and get people use less health and social services. So there is a win-win situation in this kind of program also.
Magali, je vois que vous êtes d'accord. Pourriez-vous
Margaret, I see that you agree. Perhaps you could tell us about what's going on in France nationally. Yes. Yes, listening to you all, I'm thinking there are initiatives that were taken on different scales here in France. And what's interesting is to see how public policy has gone further than actually what was slated in the beginning. In fact, there's a resilient program in schools, climate-based. We realize that the idea of urban agriculture, we see their connections, there's prevention, there's a protection of urban biodiversity, so getting children in schools and parents and the grandparents involved, building up education based on it, so better education, because there are educational projects that have gotten on board. And what's interesting is that when the project was designed, that wasn't its purpose and the effects and the co-benefits over 4 to 5 years' time. In fact, these have gone beyond the organizers and their intent. And we see how this type of project is picked up in other municipalities with many other different initiatives and many other measures. So it's really interesting to see how you can get people involved and how you can discover over time when you have events, how they play out. And what's lacking maybe in lots of projects today in some areas is a scientific follow-up and observatories that help us understand what works, what doesn't work, how we can improve, how we can measure, to have some long-term tracking, as it were. And of course, if you have a difficulty there, it might be even truer in, say, more developed countries, if you will, quote unquote, because we tend to, in the rich countries, they're very poor people. And there's public policy today in certain neighborhoods that are certain underprivileged neighborhoods, the poor neighborhoods. Well, you can either through biodiversity or climate issues, you can create connections with people and reduce the inequality there and put focus on health, care, food, nutrition, diet. But we forget a lot that many populations are directly excluded from that access because of transportation, or they don't go out. They don't want to go out. There's just this whole host of barriers. I think they've been well studied from the public health institutes. So if we could leverage all of the feedback on healthcare, biodiversity, and climate to pool our experiences to not make the same mistakes, in fact. Hold on a second. Geneviève, could you talk more about that nationally? You're saying reducing or addressing the inequality that you said there by using climate change and health. Well, in a way of an answer there, I could say that all examples are really important. It shows that things can work, and it involves people on examples that do work. So it gives them hope, right? Absolutely. It gives them hope, and you have to have hope, and you have to keep in mind that we're not all negative, right? We're positive as well. And public health institutes, it's really about promoting environments that are favorable, positive for health. And I also wanted to stress there is a framework area to be thinking about this in the cities, for instance. We have these actions, we have public health schools, we have other agencies, and there's the quantitative evaluation of the impact on the health. You have to have measurements. This was done well in air pollution, for instance, for a really long time, but you can also add a whole host of measures on the territory level. I totally agree that point C is a level, the relevant level where you need to act. So the framework is really about measuring in a certain number of areas, and you can also add temperature, of course, and also add all of the measures, including quality measures based on the vulnerability and precarious individuals, underprivileged. And this needs to be shared with the local stakeholders, decision makers, and citizens. So we can have a very concrete idea, say, of the number of deaths or hospitalizations that could be avoided due to leveraging using the scientific data. So you can have sort of thresholds or cap levels, measurements that are standards, as it were, and you can build up scenarios based on that or options based on that that we could concretely carry out to succeed. Okay, so you're saying if we don't act, it's a loss of opportunity for generations. Absolutely, and that can be measured. You can work with the local stakeholders in the existing framework. And what we do in the agency, we do that in 3 cities in France, but it could be rolled out to many others. And it just shows that there's a mechanism that's repeatable, and that we could follow what happens over the long term, because you have preventive actions and public health actions require continuity and stability in action and in the institutions.
Point to make.
Another point,
okay,
but I think
yeah.
that equity and equality is super important in the climate change and in responding to the needs of the population. I think it's a crucial thing, and we can actually attract some vulnerable groups like young people without education or employment and training.
Yeah.
They might be very interested about this topic, and they can be interested to be employed or trained on that area. Another issue that I would like to mention is that there is the partnership between the research, communication, and also with education. So those are very important areas for partnership in health, because education provides the trained employees, but also the training for the population. And then the research brings the results which we can implement in health and social services. And the research can also produce the results of our interventions or experiments or pilots. And then the communication is important for the politicians, for the decision making, the funding, but also for the population, so that they can take their actions.
Yeah, absolutely. We got 10 minutes left before lunch. I'd like to get to a couple of questions, but John, I mean, kind of what Rita was talking about, and this idea about inequality. I mean, we're facing a lot of challenges now, because there's already been a wider inequality thanks to COVID, and also with this Ukraine crisis, energy prices, food prices going up, and then people are being told, okay, now you got to act more now to save the environment. That's a tough bill to fill. And very tough, but it's the communications that are very important, right?
Yeah, I completely agree with this discussion that we have to be very aware of the difficulties of inequalities in relation to climate. But in fact, of course, going back to my earlier point, promoting sustainable development and approaches which maintain climate and which are nature-based are a solution to inequality. You know, so this is there are actually very good solutions. So
it's how you spin it.
It's not. Well, it's not.
Well, I'm not saying in a negative way. I'm saying
but exactly. So it's exactly right. So it's getting that argument across, and of course, the very best way to get that message across is to do it and to show people the results. So we need to be doing projects. Ambitious projects with local council
that show results.
And we have 1 or 2 examples in Exeter where we've been working with the council in Cornwall, putting sophisticated electronic measurement tools into people's houses, measuring air pollution, temperature, energy use in a project, and reflecting that information back.
Cute little Cornwall, fisherman's town, and then you're doing that high tech.
There's a lot. There's more going on in Cornwall than you might think. But those sorts of projects can be quite powerful. We need to move fast, though. We cannot wait for years for the research funding to come, for the results to be published in literature. We've got to do this work now in an adventurous way and learn quickly by doing it.
You mentioned time. We also have just a few minutes left, and I have a couple of questions here. D'abord, la question de l'impact des...
I've got a question on the impact of energy lack of energy supply interruption and raw materials. Does that come into play? Okay, what's going on right now in Lebanese and hospitals in Venezuela? Could that happen in France?
Quelqu'un veut commenter là-dessus?
Does anybody want to take that question, those questions? Geneviève?
On a plusieurs questions, donc
So I've got several questions. They're relatively, let's be brief if we could. Well, I don't think I have the skills necessarily to answer that question about predicting what could happen in terms of energy supply interruption. Yeah, it's speculation. It's purely speculation. And then the healthcare one, it's I think really it's all about preventing. And of course, that was mentioned. That's part of the roadmap of IMF, how public services and all public structures, public healthcare structures can mobilize to be able to have functioning that is the most favorable as regards the environment. So energy spend that needs to be, energy usage has to be limited increasingly. So it's a huge undertaking, but we have to do this. Okay, we hear about air quality, but are there any measures or indicators slated to measure pesticides and endocrinian disruptors? Yes, we have indicators. We have a host of indicators, and it's interesting because increasingly the IPCC helps us a lot because we join air issues with global warming. So it's interesting to show through these indicators and the various stakeholders how we can converge policies to save in investment and drive towards better, produce better health. Okay, next question. So
this is to you, Rita. Perfect illustration of what One Health is in practice. Of note, they mentioned health of Lati Lake. Beyond, is there any data regarding the impact of this great action on people's health locally?
Sure. Of course, the fish quality has improved. People use a lot of lake fish for eating.
Biodiversity,
biodiversity. And of course, that's a pleasant recreation area at the moment, the lakeside. It used to be very, very polluted and also smelling, so it wasn't at all pleasant place. So people can sail or swim or walk around, and there is a lot of building, also construction of houses around the lake.
Okay, next question to John. Could you extend or expand on the idea that the whole world moved together for COVID? In fact, in Europe only, it was more a struggle to be the first to reach vaccine doses than a concerted approach, though that developed later, I think. It got better. Rich countries left poorer countries behind in terms of care and access to vaccines, and still do. So in which aspects do you think the whole world can move together? I guess maybe what they mean is now on the environment, right?
It's a fair challenge, and I did say that, but clearly there were many limitations in the extent of international collaboration around COVID. But nevertheless, certainly from the point of view of public health agencies, we worked together in a way that we had not, I think, previously done, and governments. And I think perhaps the thing I would stress is the fact that different sectors worked together in ways that they had never done before. So. For the health was mainstream in many areas where it hadn't been before, and perhaps that's the lesson that we need to draw out from COVID. We need to learn from the mistakes that were made in relation to COVID as well, of course.
Okay, I've got a final question here, so we can hopefully have a soft landing for lunch. And this is mentioning, it's in English, but Magali, ça va si je le dis en anglais, ça va? I'd like to share a thought after listening to Magali. As a psychologist, the link between biodiversity and mental health is obviously about, quote, how I feel, connect to the living side. I'm not sure what they mean. Of the topic, recognize that being part of a whole living system made you more aware of the vulnerability of it and also your own life. To prevent depression or eco-anxiety, we need to build programs that allow people to become eco-citizens. I think that's the point at the end. And a nice way to wrap up. Ce serait une bonne façon peut-être de terminer ce panel.
So that might be a good way to wrap up on our panel. Well, yeah, if I could touch on that. Well, in a way, city citizens, it's really just about including biodiversity in the citizenship and being in cities. It's fundamental, and I think that it's almost redundant to say eco-citizen or eco-city citizen. It's just citizens.
I like the word,
Yep.
and I like the tick, tick, tick for climate change.
So we got to hashtag that. Absolutely. Well, merci. Thank you. Merci à tout le monde.
Thank you all. And now we are coming to our lunch break until 2 p.m. Paris time. And then we'll be looking at what might be considered impossible for some people, how we can synchronize, how we can move forward. We're going to see cities who have succeeded. We're going to see some success stories, some examples, and how we all get mobilized. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Paris time.
Test canal anglais, 1, 2, 3, test canal anglais, test, test, test canal anglais. Test, test, canal anglais, anglais, test.
bonjour. J'espère que vous avez eu un bon déjeuner.
Welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch. We enjoyed ours. So welcome back to our event, Health as a Lever Against Climate Change. We talked about solutions, about action. So how are they implemented at the city level? So that's what we are going to talk about. We had about an example in Finland, in Lahti. How can we synchronize this? And this is what we're going to look at.
Cet événement, si vous regardez de loin, en ligne, il faut savoir que vous pouvez envoyer vos questions dans la plateforme.
You can send your questions in the platform, on the platform, and you can use the hashtags as well. It's an important example for people in the world to see what is happening today. SP France, hashtag SP France, hashtag ENFI for climate. Could be one single hashtag or 3 separate hashtags.
I'm sorry about that. I have to cue this up. I'm sorry. The hazards of an iPad. Miriam Weber, of course, Miriam. Miriam Weber, Health City Coordinator, Utrecht. And you come in place of your Vice Mayor of Utrecht, Eelco Ehrenberg. Maybe you can explain quickly why. And you are in charge of healthy urban living for everyone in Utrecht. Let's talk about the results and what you plan to do, because I know that there is a plan, you have a vision for 2040. And that's also interesting. More greenery, more water, 10-minute city. How are things going now?
Thank you for inviting me here, and indeed I'm happy to be here in person as well and replacing my vice mayor, so I will have more the professional perspective and not only the political perspective. We had local elections 3 weeks ago, and our vice mayor is today in, I think, very interesting discussions and leading on his political party to form the new local government. So that's why he unfortunately had to excuse himself. But I'm happy to be here, and indeed, I would like to elaborate a little bit more about the vision we have for Utrecht for 2040, which will address health and health inequalities, but climate adaptation as well. You probably all are aware of Utrecht being one of the 4th largest cities in the Netherlands, and we are located in the middle of the Netherlands, and we are quite an attractive city, I must say. So there are a lot of people coming to the city because of the universities, for the jobs we have, and for the fact that it is a quite green, healthy, cultural and diverse city with a quite high educated population. But this gives us challenges as well. And as you can imagine, a growing population, and we will grow with quite a number of people. Another 100,000 people will come to the city within the next 20 years. So this brings us a lot of pressure to the public space, a lot of mobility, a lot of people using the green areas and the terraces. And as you know, in the Netherlands, we are quite famous for using the bike for everything. We had the honor to count for the first bicycle traffic jam in the world as well, because we all have at least 2 bikes in the Netherlands. But we want and we need to grow as a city, but we want to do this in a very healthy way. So that's why we, a few years ago, adopted our vision of healthy urban living for everyone. And this means that health is in all our policies, in all our decision making. Health and health inequalities should be addressed. So in case we're talking about health, it's about not only the absence of diseases, but it's being able to cope with all the stress and actions in your daily life. It's about making healthy choices. It's being part of a society. And thus the need for us to address health in our social domains, in our infrastructure decision making, and in our education, to give just a few examples. In order to combine this ambition of healthy urban living and the demanding growth and the need to build all these additional dwellings, we need another 60,000 houses to be built in the coming years. This means that we need to reserve space for accommodating all the healthy topics and the climate adaptation measures as well. And therefore we developed what we call the Utrecht barcode. And this barcode illustrates the sum of all the elements that form a healthy city. So this means that we have a footprint, so a spatial demand in square meters for example, green, for houses, for sport, for sustainable energy, for water, infrastructure and culture, just to name a few. And how does this translate into practice? Just to give you a few examples of how we have been implementing this during the last, say, 8 to 10 years. We stimulate active mobility. We want to have the cars out of the city, and particularly the city center. And we are prioritizing the walking and biking. And this is an example of an area where you see this it's really in the city center where we had a lot of cars parked, cars getting in. And we changed this into what we call the shared space, or an area where transportation is out, no cars anymore there, and people are only biking and walking there.
So is it now a 10-minute city now or a 15-minute city?
Well, we aim for the 10-minute city, and this is I think this is another example. Yeah, this is an example of the 10 minutes, indeed. So another, I think, a really impressive change we made. Utrecht was a medieval city, or is a medieval city, and we had an old city moat. And during the 17th, when we all thought, okay, everyone wants to go into the city center to go shopping or to see, go to the theater, you do that by car. So we changed our waterway into a motorway, and we had a 6-lane motorway right into the city center. And already in the 80s, people started to rumor against that, and they said, we want our water back. We don't want the cars in. And this is how it looks since last year. We have brought back the water into the city. So people walk there, exercise there, they meet each other, and we have a lot of green and biodiversity over there.
Does that not cause congestion in other parts of the city where the cars are redistributed? Some people make that claim, right?
That's what people claim. And when we made these changes and the previous examples, the entrepreneurs were really afraid that they would lose income, because no one, of course, would come to the city center by foot or by bike. It's the opposite.
Really?
So there are more and more entrepreneurs even asking to turn their streets into pedestrian areas.
I live in Brussels. I think it's the same thing.
Yeah.
There was the same thing, turning everything into pedestrian zones downtown, and they said, no, all the business is going to go away. Well, it didn't.
It didn't. No.
There are more people.
There are more people. Yeah, for sure. So I think these are really nice examples in showing that you can change a city into a biking and a walking or public transport city, and taking out the cars. Another way how we are facilitating, of course, the use of bikes is that we make what we call these highways for bicycles to connect the city. So all the parts through the city and even out of the city to green areas or to neighboring municipalities.
These are dedicated bikeways?
These are dedicated bikeways, and they are free, so adjacent to the roads. And as a biker, you even get priority for your traffic lights compared to the cars. So you move faster through the city.
I see Youth for Climate over here nodding, saying, yep, that's what we need to do.
That's that's nice to get a confirmation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Third party.
But sometimes this brings us to challenges as well. So we were looking at this area where we have a new area of Utrecht to the western part. It's called Leidse Rijn. It's where I live. And we had to connect that to the old city. But we have a very important canal running through the city, connecting with Amsterdam. And what we did was building a bridge, which is a purely cycling and walking bridge, and connected that to the roof of a primary school, what is over there, because we didn't have enough space. So the only solution was integrate the bridge into the roof and the playgrounds of the school. And the school has now a very nice area on several levels in which they can play and use and have their own sport events as well. So you have to come up with innovative ways. Another innovation in stimulating biking is this bicycle parking, which is the largest bicycle parking in the world, which houses 12,500 parking places. And it's next to the railway station, the central railway station. So it's the most convenient way just to grab your train and to travel to Paris, for example.
You see that all over the Netherlands, but this is amazing. 12,000 bikes?
12,500 parking places, and combined with a few other parking places we have, it sums up to 30,000 just around the central station. Wow. And you can park your bike there for free for 24 hours. It's inside. You can even bike through it to get out to the other part of the center. Mm-hmm. So it's a very safe and convenient way of getting your bikes out of the public space, because that's one of the other challenges. When you stimulate biking, people need to park their bike, and we had a lot of bikes standing just throughout the whole city, taking away space for people that want to go by foot. So that's why you need these parking facilities. Another way of stimulating the sustainable ways of moving is that we have, as the only Dutch city, the first fully low emission zone in the Netherlands. So the whole city center is banned for diesel cars from a certain age. And we have the highest amount of electric charging stations for electric vehicles. And even the way of storage of solar energy in cars in case of high demands and high peaks. Yeah, I will speed up. Okay. That was an example which has quite a benefits on air pollution. Another example from air pollution, and particularly in involving citizens, is that we have a campaign to discourage wood burning and subsidies for people who want to remove their stove in order to achieve the WHO new guidelines on air quality. But we can't do it by ourselves. So the previous example is something we want to stimulate citizens, but we want to involve others as well, so NGOs and private companies. And this is an example that went worldwide. We want to have sustainable bus stops. And we just asked in our tender who can come up with something to have our bus stops more sustainably and biodiverse friendly, and then the winning bid was this bee-friendly bus stop. So all the bus stops throughout the city have green roofs in order to have a kind of a highway for the bees in the city. And this is then wrapping up towards the end. We do this in order to address health differences, health inequalities. As we see that in the neighborhoods, there are quite large differences in life expectancy, in perceived good health. The dark blue areas have a 12-year shorter life expectancy than the yellow ones. And this is for us the key reason to focus specifically on health inequalities on specific neighborhoods, and on those and that what is needed for the people to have healthy lifestyles, to have less stress due to income problems, and to have a good housing and sustainable housing facilities. As in our opinion, the work is done in cities, with citizens, with the parties and organizations at city level, of course in collaboration with national and international governments, but we can make the change and we make the global goals our local goals.
So
thank you.
Think global, act local. Thank you, Miriam.
Yes, for
Thank
sure.
you very much.
Yeah.
That all sounds great, and we see a lot of that happening in Netherlands. Now, what about Greece? What about Athens? You would think Athens, no way. Well, why don't we listen to Eleni Mirivili, who is a Chief Resilience Officer in Athens. We were hoping to have her online, but she is suddenly very busy traveling, so she made a quick little video. Let's take a listen.
Hello to everyone. I am delighted to be with you today. I will be talking about heat and health in the city of Athens and what we have been doing the last for the last few years. So I'll start quickly by giving a background about the city of Athens. The city of Athens is part of a metropolitan area that has 36 other municipalities. We're the biggest municipality and the most used, because even though we have about 700,000 inhabitants, because it's the center of a larger metropolitan area, the city is used by approximately 1.5 million users daily. This is a view from above, where you can see that a large part of Athens, actually 80% of Athens, is impermeable surfaces. It's built mostly cement, concrete, and asphalt. We also have extraordinary density. We are the second. We have neighborhoods that are second in density only to Paris, with 16,830 people per square kilometer. And also, it's a city that has exploded in the way that it actually was built. So it's built very anarchically. This is a view again from above to take a sense of what the city kind of looks like or feels like. And this is a map that kind of gives you an idea about the green parts of Athens, or the green infrastructure generally of the city. We have less than 7 square meters per inhabitant of green, which I think 7 square meters is the average for the EU countries. And as you can see from the map, it's very unevenly distributed in the city. Something that is important to mention, however, is that we have a lot of trees in street lines. So there's a large percentage of trees out of the 140,000 trees overall in the city. About 95,000 are in street lines. As you all know, temperatures have been rising really exponentially. The last decade has been the hottest decade that has been recorded globally. We know also that heat waves and rising heat is the #1 killer compared to all other extreme weather events. Heat claims many more lives. And this is a little known fact, because heat is a silent killer, as we say. It's difficult. We don't see it. Often the mortality and morbidity is not fully reported, but more and more we realize that this heat is really deadly for humans, especially in urban environments where we have what we call the urban heat island. So as you probably already know, cities are because of the materials and because that they're made of, as I said, steel and concrete and glass and asphalt, they actually absorb heat, which they radiate at night. And during the day and both during the night, the centers of cities are much warmer than the outskirts of cities. So we have in Athens, particularly the urban heat island effect, as we call it, is much higher in the center of Athens, to the point that it reaches 10 degrees during the day and 5 degrees difference during the night between the center of the city and the peri-urban areas. We report every year about 200 deaths that are due to heat. We believe that the numbers are higher. We have, of course, excess electricity demands, which goes up 4.1% for every degree temperature that we go up in a city that we have a very large percentage of energy poverty. So we have a lot of people that don't have means to cool themselves substantially. Commercial activity declines, so the whole city kind of becomes less dynamic and less fun in the summer, in the high heat, and also heat and the dry heat that we have really is the number one cause of peri-urban fires, which are really a problem for our whole country. What have we been doing? We're focusing the different types of actions. I focus the different types of action in 3 general categories: awareness, preparedness, and redesign. In awareness, I will quickly focus in one of the things that we're doing that I think we believe is a game changer, which is a health-based categorization of heat waves. So we have gone back and seen for 3 decades, we have gathered all the data for what we call air masses that have sat on top of the city of Athens, which measuring temperatures, humidity, atmospheric pressure, it's a different kind of data, and also measuring, figuring out specific typologies for these air masses and correlating them to the mortality that we see in the city during those particular times. So we have figured out through an algorithm percentages of risk, and we created 3 categories, which will we will have category 1 heat wave, category 2, and category 3, which will be the most extreme heat wave, so that people can understand better what the danger is and understand better the risk of heat waves to people's health, and also so that policymakers can link specific measures to different levels of risk. So we're going to pilot this summer, this system of categorization that has within it the notion of vulnerability. So it's both, this system of categorization gives both the level of heat, so how high the heat is, the temperatures are, but also what type of vulnerability will come with this particular type of heat for our city. So we think this is really important for making it more clear in the minds of people. We also have other campaigns and an application that shows risk for people in real time, etc., that we've developed in Athens. But I move quickly to the preparedness part. In the preparedness part, we are these are the measures that we're putting in effect together with the different categories in the municipality of Athens that target the most vulnerable populations, and which include the hotline, a buddy system like lists of people that we know we should be checking on when we have heat waves, but also cooling centers, water that goes around the neighborhood in vans that is provided freely to people, and eventually, non-working hours, etc., etc. Also, one thing that I think is really important to mention is that we are discussing with insurance companies for a specific type of insurance that can help the city provide kind of a safety net for different people during heat waves, in triggering the capacity for the city to finance right before or as the heat wave is happening, rather than afterwards, to deal with the effects. And this is another thing that we're looking into, which I think is a very interesting type of preparedness for the city. It's called parametric insurance. And finally, the most important category is that we have to deal with for lowering temperatures is redesigning the city, which means bringing nature into the city much more radically than we've been doing up to now, bringing a lot more trees and bringing water to the surface of the city. One of the actions that I will quickly present is the Adrian Aqueduct cooling corridor. The Adrian Aqueduct is an aqueduct that was built in Roman times, 150 after Christ, and it runs for 20 kilometers from the outskirts of Athens, from the mountains outside of Athens all the way to the center of Athens. And so the idea is to, now this aqueduct has a lot of water in it that is unused, that goes into the sewage. And this water is clean and it's good for irrigation. So we want to tap into it and support a whole corridor of green spaces and spaces that can start bringing down the temperatures for the metropolitan area. And this is where I would like to finish. Thank you very much. And I hope that this ends up in a really interesting conversation. Thank you.
So our thanks to Eleni. Maintenant, je vais passer en français parce que notre prochain invité est...
Now speaking French, our next guest is from and in Grenoble. She is online. And Cécile Fouget, she's head of Air, Energy and Climate for the city of Grenoble. You're with us? Hello. Hello, and Cécile. Hello, everybody. Just as a reminder, as a reporter for CNN, I covered the heat wave in Paris several years back. And this past year, extreme weather in Belgium with the floods that hit a big and small city. So Grenoble, tell us how you protect your residents against heat waves, which can take place there in Grenoble. And okay, you're thinking they're mountains. How can you have heat waves there? But you do, don't you? Absolutely. We often have to deal with this kind of thing. We have 450,000 people in the agglomeration, one of the major ones in France. And so we have to continue with what's been explained and presented by Eleni in Athens. We are also moving to adapt our territory to this new climate phenomenon and helping to get our inhabitants, our residents ready. We have a municipal heat wave plan. It's a document that structures the actions to be taken in terms of heat waves or major high temperatures coming through. So in Grenoble, sometimes it's quite warm in the summer, but we can see climate projections to 2050 we'll see increased pressure, increased temperature rises, because this year we have about 3 days of extreme heat on average in Grenoble. And looking at 2050, we'll have 43 additional days considered high extreme heat days. So you can see that there's a major issue. There's urgency here to get our municipality adjusted and ready for this climate issue. It's all part of our municipal climate plan to have this adaptation to extreme heat days. So the municipal climate plan has several specific targets. General public, so all of our residents, but specifically the most, say, sensitive or the most vulnerable amongst our residents. So these would be elder people, children, and babies, homeless population. They happen to be there. They're particularly vulnerable. We're thinking also about our civil servants, our public workers who are out there. There are 3,000 agents working for the city of Grenoble, some working in the public areas, so working in landscaping, urban cleanliness or urban cleaning, so they're exposed to the extreme heat. Similar to Athens, we have actions to improve public spaces and have cooling areas with plants, demineralization and presence of more water, and also improving knowledge. because we're all so far from knowing everything and understanding everything. So we're working very closely with the university to improve knowledge on these ideas of urban heat islands and looking at the public consequences of that. Now, as Athens showed us, we have this idea of a graduated scale that's been implemented by our prefecture, the state, with an initial level 1, which is a seasonal surveillance every year from June 1st to September 15th. Then you have level 2, which is when the weather the weather experts have slated a vigilance required. So we work very closely with Météo France. That's our meteorological provision agency, and they provide information to residents as well. We're at level 2. There's a warning, there's a heat warning that goes across all the French radio stations. And it's called Vigilance Jaune, so yellow vigilance level. Then the next level is level 3, where this is a heat wave alert. And this level is the most concerning for us regarding our inhabitants' health, because the heat doesn't break at night. So one's body can't recover at night because the temperature stays high at night. And the max level for Grenoble and the whole Isère department is when temperature doesn't go below 19 degrees at night, or if it goes above 34 during the day, for 34 degrees during the day over 3 consecutive days. So it's a very specific rule, and this will trigger then alert 3, heat wave, and this is triggered by the prefecture, the préfet. And the mayor then must implement certain measures when this happens to inform residents, protect the residents. And then there's level 4, and this is a prime minister who announces this. And so far we haven't reached level 4, but it's slated for. So it means that we could, in the upcoming years, reach level 4. So level 3 then, heat wave alert. There's an information procedure that's implemented by the local municipality. You have to inform the public. It's the most important issue. People have to understand that something is coming, and they also have to be directly involved in protecting themselves. A certain number of actions. We open museums free of charge because these spaces are usually cooler, so school classes can come in, elder patients can come in, general public can come in free of charge. So they can come in and spend a few hours in a cool area. Urban parks are open 24/7 when we hit level 3. And then for people who are homeless or living in a precarious situation, we open up municipal showers and we hand out water for them. So this idea of information and prevention is essential for us because the residents have a lot of tools at their hands. We have the coolness map where they can go. We have parks and planted areas, rivers, swimming pools, mountains nearby, and there's advice, there's tips, suggesting families go hiking in the mountains with free busing, taking them from downtown. So this map is very handy as a support. We keep it updated. We update it every year. It's online on our website. And on the back of the map, there are a certain number of tips to keep your homes cool, and just the right things to do to resist the heat. So also very important in the idea of preventing or protecting during heat waves. We have water in the public spaces. We realize that water cools people off, but you have to be in contact with the water. So citizens, residents, they end up like going into public fountains and everywhere there's water. So it made sense to increase the availability of water in the public spaces. It takes some time because you have to organize this. You have to technically planned for these. And so we have systems like here on the photo on the left, temporary systems that are in place just during summer. They're connected to the drinking water network, and they're just sprays, misting, and sometimes we lend these to associations when they organize events. And this is a low cost offer with water in public spaces. And then we also realized that there was a need to improve our fountain systems, because in many cities in France you have decorative fountains, but they aren't really planned for people to go swimming in them. There's like a closed circuit water with no water renewal quality-wise, so if people drink it or swim in it. So we're working technically to make sure that our fountains can gradually move away from being just decorative fountains to fountains that will be places where people can get cooled off. And a very important element here in the public space is drinking waters, drinking fountains. We have 150 in Grenoble, and we realize that they're widely used in these extreme heat times. And this is a service provided by the municipality to our residents. And then we have to look at schools, daycare centers. At one of the last heat waves in 2020, just in fact not very far away, we realized we were wondering if we were to keep schools open or to close them because it was really hot in the schools. But then we realized, in fact, the elected officials, after exchanging with the health care division, they in fact decided to maintain schools open because it meant that children were there in a supervised area where various systems could be implemented to protect them. And so they are better protected at school than, say, being at home alone if their parents are working. And they could be like in an apartment where it's really hot and left to their own means, left on their own because the parents have to go to work. So we realized it was more important to keep the schools. It was better to keep the schools open. Some municipalities near Grenoble have decided to close schools. So we realized that there's no single unique solution. Kind of trial and error. We're trying to figure out what works best. We're trying to find the best organization of the public service for these during these heat waves. So we've got a lot to learn yet and a lot to think about and seeing how we adapt and adjust to this extreme heat. Now, just to give you an idea, in Grenoble, we have 28 daycare centers and 77 schools. So it takes time to adapt and adjust the buildings to this new setting. We want to avoid too much of a rollout of air conditioning, so we go with other solutions. These are fans on the ceiling, and then UV protective windows or films on the windows, and then a system of air vents that are put on the windows so that the windows can be open during the night. So that brings in the cool air in the schools, but it stops intruders from coming in, of course. So this seems really interesting. So we're working on rolling this out across various schools. And Cécile, can you hear me? Yes, I'm sorry, we need to move towards the end because we've got lots of questions. I see lots of questions coming in, and we want to have a word cloud. So if you wouldn't mind moving towards your conclusion, please. Sure, no problem. Another important point very quickly, another, say, tip, as it were, that we found for schools is to have very simple watering systems with hoses, water tips where you can spray the kids because it's very efficient for keeping them cool. Also, we're working on nutrition, what meals kids should eat when we're in extreme heat situations. We have data sheets that are handy here. You can encourage for kids to take the right steps, make the right movements. And for elder patients, we have a system that's interesting. Now, this is a hotline where it's a calling system where elder people can be on these lists and be called frequently during extreme heat situations to see if they're doing okay. And if they don't answer, if they don't pick up the phone, then there's a solidarity chain that gets set up. There's a Red Cross, a rescue squad, the social service for elder patients to go in and check on them and just see if there's everything's okay. And then lastly, the agents, the people working for the city of Grenoble, we have an internal communication system that allows everyone to be protected themselves and protect their colleagues with adapted working hours, being able to work from home, different having breaks, and just having water bottles for them and fans, everything they need. Right, thank you very much. The Ministry of Health is from Grenoble, isn't he? He's a doctor, and I've actually already interviewed him myself. Okay, how about the word cloud? Let's see the word cloud. The question is, can we see that? In one word, what would you like to produce from these examples in your city? Looks like there were lots of ideas coming out of the various cities. Interesting ideas. Small cities, larger cities. Think about the small town in Finland. So biodiversity.
Tigre moustique.
The tiger mosquito.
Pathogène.
Pathogens. Allergic elements. Is there anything else?
D'accord. OK, on va passer aux questions.
Right, let's move on to the questions. Cities aren't listened to, but are they not the key in a public policy with a vision, with a One Health vision? Should they not? In fact, they're not always involved in building up public policy. Anne, how about that?
I think the experiences are different. In some topics, indeed, cities are listened to more. But I think it's just since maybe the last decade that cities are voicing more, so standing up more and saying, okay, but we can contribute to the challenges we have. Please give us the opportunities to do so. So I think it's a lot about what we call multi-level governance. So it's both cities coming up with their own innovations and ideas and their own policies and identifying where they need help from national and international institutions and governments and vice versa. So I think we make progress on that.
Right. And here's Anne-Cécile, est-ce que vous voudriez ajouter?
Anne-Cécile, would you like to add something to that? Yes, I totally agree that cities are an important contact point for residents, and they have they can make offers on their own public spaces. There are things that need to be adjusted nationally, it's true, such as questions regarding temperature. At what temperature do the labels change? In Météo France, it's on the weather predictions are on a department level, but sometimes in city areas it can be very hot. That can be even hotter, severely hot for residents. But in fact, you don't have the heat wave declared across the nation. So I think we're in a phase where we're still just sort of trying to adjust and adapt things. But I think there's a lot of room for progress, and we can move forward together. We need to work hand in hand with state organizations. Next. How did you get the acceptance and how did you get population, get people to be on board with this?
Sometimes we don't even have to persuade them because they come themselves. And they often have better solutions than we have. But of course, what we are doing is that we are involving citizens from the early beginning and not coming up with our solutions, but involve them as soon as we have a question. So for example, our sustainable energy plan has not been drafted by the experts from the municipal hall, but has been drafted by the citizens themselves. And the only thing that we did, we organized 3 Saturdays, we invited 100 people to contribute to it, provided some experts, and in the end facilitators. And in the end we had a sustainable energy plan drafted by citizens and not by us.
Okay.
So it's giving them a position and not having the solutions defined by ourselves, but listen to what their solutions might be, and then from our role see what we can contribute.
Okay. Même question, Anne-Cécile, parce que...
The same question for Anne-Cécile. Maybe it's a matter of winning the hearts and minds of people with results, similar to what you did and what Utrecht did.
Il y a plus de soutien.
When people see the results, you get more support to take it further. Yes, but like Utrecht said, citizens are really happy to contribute, way more than we think. We have a participative budget system where we have residents who propose the projects, and then they can be implemented with the city's help and budget. And we have often combating heat. It comes up a lot in the projects with the requests for new fountains, new water points, new spaces to cool off, more plants in parks. And this, in fact, goes hand in hand with the public policy, and it's confirming what public policy needs to do, and it helps them know that everyone is aware of the need. I spoke with the mayor from Verviers in the east of Belgium, where we had the floods. I spoke with him recently, 6 months following the floods. And they have a project to rebuild the city, but they say there's not enough money to make it healthier, safer, and to more adapted to deal with heat waves. So there is a matter of funds. Can they be national, European? How did you finance, Anne-Cécile, what you did in the city? Well, we always look for funding, and European funding is part of the very substantial funds available to trigger projects. But if you want actions with a powerful effect in the public space, it has to be of a certain scope, and those actions have to be of a certain scope, and it takes money. When you demineralize a school playground, when you remove asphalt from the school playground to replace it with a lawn or gravel or gardens, it costs a lot of money, and the local municipality cannot always handle that. There's a need to have support from the outside world, keeping in mind all the benefits that represents in terms of preventing floods, more cool temperatures in the city, safer for the kids on the school grounds. And it reduces the heat in the city.
For you, have you assessed the health and social benefits of the successful measures you have implemented in Utrecht? If so, are there any publications in English? Many thanks for your inspiring intervention.
Thank you for that compliment. And not all the programs have been assessed on the health and social benefits, but we are doing that more and more. And yes, there are some publications. There will be some publications on the way, for example, for social renovation. So the energy transition, particularly in the most deprived neighborhoods, in combining health and income assistance. So yeah, there are several papers available. And I could always recommend to reach out via our website. We do have an English page as well, and I'm happy.
Which website is that?
It's Healthy Urban Living Utrecht.
Okay.
And I'm happy to share that later on with the documentation of this conference as well. And I'm willing to contribute and identify relevant sources.
OK, il me reste 3 minutes. Question pour Anne-Cécile. Comment favoriser cette biodiversité?
How to favor biodiversity in the city that's required to combat global warming, although avoiding biological vectors that can also transmit diseases? Well, we're on that. We're working on adding more green, more plants in parks and areas, and that helps improve biodiversity. We're also looking at the presence of water. I saw that in the word cloud there was the tiger mosquito that came out. Yes, we have that problem in Grenoble. How can we increase water in public spaces? But if you increase water in public spaces, it has to be water that's not stagnant, right? So it has to be water in movement to avoid the tiger mosquitoes settling in there. But that's the difficulty in what we do is taking these different issues, these different desires, these different needs and intentions and implementing those, but producing the best results for our residents and for the lifestyle and the city's life setting. So they're very complex topics that require a lot of cross-cutting initiatives across the divisions and departments, and that's why it's really good to have the health ministry. They have their own concerns. You have the environment division. You have the green space, the green area people, and they all have their own initiatives, and especially regarding the management of the green spaces, because it's great to plant things, but you have to be able to maintain those later on, and they have to be adapted and suitable for climate change, and there are allergens, and so there's collective initiative there that makes all this possible through our document called the Climate Plan, and this is where we come together to decide on the best options. So the idea of transversality or cross-cutting is increasingly applied across municipalities, and this has to be encouraged and continued and maintained over time. It's essential. Okay, one last question quickly. Can we hope to get small towns, small cities involved in improvements, or is it really only for big cities due to the investments that it requires? Quickly, Anne-Cécile. And then Miriam. Well, small cities, small towns have a lot of drivers available without it being extremely costly, because often we can say, well, there's a matter of changing lifestyle, changing habits. As an example, in daycare centers, in childminding centers, today what we try to do is make sure that the clothes dryers aren't used in the middle of summer. Sheets and everything that's washed frequently in daycare centers, we want them to be hung out to dry, as opposed to putting them in a dryer that releases a lot of heat in the room, like right next to the daycare center. So these are just habit changes, and you need to support those. You need to accompany those. But it doesn't cost anything. It doesn't cost any money. It's just doing things differently. And it's adapting the way we do things to these new temperatures. And so it leaves a lot of food for thought as to how we can adapt and adjust without requiring a major investment.
Final word. I mean, I know how do we pay for these things in a small town, but maybe you've got one more idea you can add to that.
In the Netherlands, we have the province. The province is responsible for green biodiversity as well, and we have a strong a tradition of working together. So we're always working in networks, jointly with the provinces, but with the smaller municipalities as well. And of course, the funding is a local level, or we go to the national level, or together with the regional level. But I think it's being in this infrastructure of networks of public and private organizations is where you find the best practices and where you can upscale your lessons and make things more affordable as well, because you jointly improve and learn and exchange that. So it's all about connection in hard way and in soft ways.
Yes. Miriam, Anne-Cécile, Eleni, a round of applause for the three of them. Thank you very much. D'entendre des villes.
Thank you very much for hearing from the cities. We'll take a quick break now. Then, so at 3:10, we'll look at how we can facilitate favorable action for health and climate. Not facilitate, but favorable. See you in a few moments.
Alors, rebonjour à tout le monde ici dans la salle.
Welcome back to all of you who are here in person or online. So welcome back to this conference on health as an action lever against climate change. We talked about adaptation, mitigation, and actually it's been raining outside since morning, the beginning of the day. We've had a whole month of rain in one day. So apologies for our technical issues, extreme events that are affected us directly and affecting our internet connection. So right now we are going to start this session on how to encourage action on climate and health.
Guests are speaking in English. Remember that the questions you send through the platform and on your, there's a microphone, a roving microphone here in the room. Also hashtag, please tweet like a beast, hashtag SPFrance, IANPHI, IANPHI, and also for climate. You can put them all together in one hashtag or you can go separately. But please tweet, whatever you hear. Let's begin with Cristina Tirado, IPCC lead author. That's, of course, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. I see you, Cristina, and you are with the University of California. So was I. I went to Berkeley. I think you're with UCLA, right? Yeah.
Yes, with UCLA.
Yeah, I see you. I see you. Great. I see you. Great, Cristina. Good to see you again. How do we make this a win-win, win-win-win? And I know that you want to talk about the co-benefits to health, well-being, equity of climate action in different sectors. How do we make this a win-win for everybody so they see a payback if they do go for this connecting health with climate change, with fighting climate change?
Yeah, Chris, thank you for the question. Basically, what we tried to do when we were preparing the health chapter was to make sure that we were having a corner and a space to talk about co-benefits. So the way that we have been addressing this was, okay, we want a policymaker to have all the information to decide what could be the adaptation and mitigation strategy that will bring more co-benefits. So besides of having the benefits to the environment or even to health, we were looking for an assessment that was bringing co-benefits that could be on equity, on well-being, and many of the studies that were done since the last assessment report were also including economical benefits. So I will go very quickly through this. In the second report of impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability, basically what we have been seeing is that something very common is that we are just recommending move fast. There is time, but you have to be very fast this time because there is no more time to lose. So any delay in global action on adaptation will make that we lose totally this very brief window of opportunity that we have to adapt and to mitigate. So next slide, please. In the most recent report on mitigation, there was something different. The report was showing that the greenhouse gas emissions that are causing global warming are at the highest levels in human history. So if we go 2 slides in advance, let me see if this is moving. Okay, this one. So you could see that the emissions in 2019 were about 12% higher. That's how they were in 2010, and even 54% higher as they were in 1990. We are definitely not on track to limit warming to 1.5. So the way that these reports have been working has been focusing on climate resilient development pathways that are focusing on mitigation and adaptation with a goal of sustainability. If you see, for example, for health, what we had in the risks in Europe, you could see that in the diagrams of the Berlin-Ember diagrams were presenting the key risks, and they were in principle major for key risk in Europe, under low and medium adaptation. And these key risks were focusing, or the first one that you can see was human mortality and heat stress, but it was also double and overlapping with the ecosystem disruptions due to heat extremes and an increase in average temperatures as well. So this key risk that is cutting across humans and ecosystems has very severe consequences, and this is driven through the increasing frequency, intensity, and duration of the heat extremes. And this is something that we have been dealing, and I will just give you an overview because this is super interesting, the way that the assessments have been done in this report. If you are familiar with the 1.5 report, what has the main assessment that has been done is always an assessment that is looking not only on the types of adaptation options. In this case, it will be adaptation for reducing heat impacts and risk to human health. But the important thing of these reports is that this time they are looking into the effectiveness and feasibility of these adaptation options. Of course, I mean, this is, I am showing here a summary of what could be in Europe. But the important thing is that we have been looking at the feasibility from the economic side, the technological side, institutional, sociocultural, ecological, and geophysical. So this is something that if you go through the different chapters, or for example, in the case of the health, you may find a lot of information from Europe in chapter 13, and you will find these excellent assessments that will give you an idea if they are sociocultural barriers or institutional barriers, like for example, in the implementation of the new blue and green spaces in existing urban settings. So the once that we have been looking into the adaptation options, we have been looking into what are the options available. Let me see if this is moving or not. Yes. I think this now. If in every sector there are options available that we can have at least and use them to go by half the emissions by 2030, and to keep open the possibility of limiting warming to 1.5. Moreover, there is a potential to bring down the global emissions between 40 and 70% by 2050, but we will need the policies, infrastructure, and technologies that should be in place, right? So when preparing this for policymakers, the first thing that we were doing was to show them what they will get in terms of health if they achieve the Paris Treaty and the SDGs. So achieving them, we may get an annual reduction across of major economies. Among them, it was Germany. And we have been seeing and putting together several assessments and studies that are looking into the million of the reduction per year of millions of air pollution-related deaths, or the millions of diet-related deaths, or the same thing due to the physical inactivity. So this has been the first package that was introducing the key messages for policymakers. Then we have gone through sectors, and basically we have been focusing and we have been working co-authors of working group 2, adaptation and mitigation together in this section of the chapter. So we were looking into the co-benefits of clean energy, and we were seeing that if we were looking into emission reductions that were fitting the Paris Agreement in relation to renewables, we could improve air quality and to prevent from 70,000 to 90 or almost 100 premature deaths annually by 2030. So there is a clear confidence statement that all these statements usually have been very high confidence or high confidence. And we have been preparing these assessments for different sectors. Then, for example, in the case of urban planning, we have been putting together most of the studies that we have on active mobility, on the benefits to health of walking and biking. It has been, they are from European cities. So they can bring physical and mental health benefits. And this is something that we have been concluding with high confidence, and the assessments are very solid. They have many studies backing up that. And they are bringing all these co-benefits, but also in the case, for example, of decreasing the need for an own vehicle, we have been also looking into the impacts of affordable public transportation versus shared clean vehicles, or all this access to active transportation that in a way is contributing to healthy, but also to equitable, more equitable societies that are having access to transport, and which is affordable. So same thing, I don't know if I have enough time, but same thing with the other sectors, and we can discuss them later. But in the case of urban greening and creation of blue spaces, which are contributing to adaptation and mitigation, and improving mental health and well-being, there has been several assessments on urban green infrastructure. Again, most of the studies were from Europe and funded from the European Commission.
Christina, if you can hear me, yes. we do need to accelerate here because we got 4 voices now in about 40 minutes. Yes. It's going to be very tight. So if you can please conclude.
That was it. Just to show you one graph, just to leave it there. The rest are sectors, and I have talked about them. But I wanted to show you just the introduction of the climate resilient development pathways, just to leave it there, and just to mention that these pathways are accelerating and gaining all the time that we don't have by adapting and mitigating at the same time. So I leave it there, and thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you, Christina. A lot of benefits we see. I had my roommate in Paris when I lived there was working for the IPCC, and she was constantly expressing frustration that they had all this information that not enough people were paying attention to. So it's great to see the IPCC at least making headlines now. Before it's too late. Thank you, Christina. Let us move on to Dr. Francesca Faccioppi, Head of Office, World Health Organization, WHO Regional Office for Europe, the European Center for Environment and Health in Bonn. Francesca, welcome. It's great that the WHO is part of this conference, as it was with the Clean Air Forums that I moderated as well, talking with Dr. Tedros, the head of the WHO. And it's great to talk to you now about the human health angle of this. Please, let's hear from you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thanks, Christina, for this comprehensive introduction to the topic. As an inception point here, just to get the discussion rolling, let me focus on two aspects, because I think that one of the main thrusts that we have here, it is how can we accelerate action on climate change, and specifically, how can we accelerate action also within the health sector. The first thing to say is how do we, when it goes to how to accelerate, it seems to be the time factor. I was thinking, as I was listening to Christina, that in 1989, member states came together in Frankfurt for the first time, Ministries of Health and Ministries of Environment. They adopted the Charter Frankfurt on Environment and Health, 1989, and climate change was there. Yet, no action. 30-something years later, we are still struggling to make this action. So what is changing and what must change is the sense of urgency. And this is why the IPCC report is such a stark reminder. What it means is, it means that we have to feel the topic part of our own agenda. So it is a topic that must be owned by, for example, in our case, the health sector. We must feel the urgency of that. But the second thing is that we need the argument to prove that the investments that are required now will deliver benefits, not in 20, 30 years' time, by the time that we need for the climate to hopefully stabilize. But investment in the co-benefits deliver benefits now. So if we invest into clean energy, if we invest into clean air, if we invest into making our city more prone for physical activity, the benefit of that investment will be now, not in 30 years. And this is a very important game changer when it comes to persuading and bringing the arguments to the policymakers. The second thing that is helping us is that the evidence has become so much more robust than it was before and so much compelling. And this is why we are now able to demonstrate that, for example, investments into cycling and walking are not a fringe. It is not a part of, let's say, kind of environmentalism, cheap environmentalism, or Northern European kind of discourse. No. By investing into active mobility, not only we support more active life, and so we save lives, because every year in Europe, more than 1 million deaths are attributable now, these days, to lack of physical activity. But we are also significantly reducing emission of carbon. And this is something new that has emerged from the most recent research. So it is not just about electrifying the rolling stock, but it is about shifting to active mobility, because these shifts will deliver reduction in carbon. So I will close my initial introduction by saying that from the WHO side, we are very much committed to work with the member states into bringing together the evidence, developing the tools that they need. And I hope that in the rest of the conversation, I will be able to illustrate a few of these tools that we have developed to support this action, but to help people, the policymakers and the health sector, to open their eyes and see the opportunities that come from the co-benefits. Of course, adding this to our traditional work, which is about adaptation. And I have to say, I still remember the summer of 2003, July 2000 and August 2003, we were in touch with the colleagues in France. It was the big dramatic first heat wave that killed 70,000 people over a summer that year. And that was the time when we came together and we started the work, for example, on heat health action plans, on alarm systems, and getting together the international health community to seriously tack into this. I will stop here for now, and I hope to be able to touch upon each and every one of these points a little bit later on. And Chris, I don't know if you want me to anticipate now that we are very proud as a WHO to have been together with the UK and Healthcare Without Arms at COP26, launching the COP26 health program. And I will not say a word about that because I want you to ask me about it and I want to raise your curiosity about it. Over to you.
Grazie mille, Francesca. So, a più tardi, let me move to, yes, I want to ask you about that, by the way. I want to move to Alexandra Kazmierczak, expert of climate change and human health at the European Environment Agency. Dzień dobry, Alexandra. Can you give us from the European level how we can facilitate, how we can make it as an attractive thing to do to address health and fight climate change?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure.
Bonjour messieurs, dames, mesdames, messieurs, c'est un plaisir d'être avec vous. Je travaille donc à l'agence de l'environnement, donc une agence de l'Union européenne.
Independent knowledge. So I would come from the standpoint that the knowledge about the climate risks to human health, but also the knowledge about the solutions that work, that are effective and cost efficient as well, is the absolute key to facilitate the action and to make this urgent call for action really come into fruition. So I just have a few very quick slides to introduce the European Climate and Health Observatory. It's an initiative by the European Commission and also co-managed by the European Environment Agency that was launched last year under the new EU adaptation strategy, based on the understanding that we are still not having sufficient knowledge about the climate change risks to human health, and that we need to pull together the knowledge and resources from various organizations working either on climate change, on health, on other aspects that are related, and work together to bring together this knowledge, develop new knowledge, and facilitate the knowledge sharing. So that's the European Climate and Health Observatory. It's a portal, but it's also a partnership of all those organizations here listed on the slide, also including WHO Europe. So just to give you a bit of a flavor what knowledge can be found in the European Observatory. We, for example, include the climate projections produced by the Copernicus Climate Change Services in hopefully an easy to understand manner, for example, relating to the projected climate health risks. We are working very closely with the top scientists in the Lancet Countdown in Europe initiative, who are assessing the trends not only in climate, but also, for example, in population vulnerability over the last decades, clearly showing that this vulnerability is growing, and that together with the increasing climate change impacts really creates the perfect storm in terms of the risks to human health. We also include some information about early warnings in relation to various factors, for example, the UV radiation from the Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service. And finally, we also produce some knowledge. We recently published a brief evidence review focusing on the mental health impacts of climate change. But knowledge about the risks is only part of what we need to know. We also need to know about the solutions. So recently we've been looking into the national policies on climate change adaptation and national policies on health and how they cover the risks from climate change to human health and which sorts of policies are being put into place, which sort of actions are being planned. And we see that most of the actions that are currently planned are sort of preparatory in nature. They're about the monitoring of the risks, about awareness raising, about more research. So it really shows that we are at the beginning of the road. And of course, we need those actions. They are absolutely key. But we need to also focus on actions that are really tangible and practical. And to exemplify that, in the observatory, we include some case studies of implemented solutions, looking at various risks and various ways of addressing those. So for example, we look at the ways how we can control the vectors of different diseases, but also how to make the hospitals more resilient to the future extreme weather events, for example, through better stormwater management, at the same time ensuring the best possible access to nature for both the patients and the staff. We have a very interesting case study from Finland about 3 non-governmental organizations coming together to address the climate anxiety among young people and really ease their concerns about the future that they will have to face. And also some initiatives such as creating champions among nurses as one of the really trusted professions to bring in the message about climate change. So I would be very happy to talk about some of those details later. But what I really wanted to exemplify here is that when we look at the governance levels and we look at the European level, there's a very clear commitment to work across the different disciplines and across the different bodies on the impacts of climate change on human health and how to best address them. But we need to also share the knowledge that is being generated. So here's my plea to the other speakers and also to the audience. If you have a great initiative through which you address the climate change impacts on human health, please do get in touch. Let us know. We can work together to publish it and make sure that others can learn from you and can be inspired by what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo, Alexandra. Do we have mic?
Thank you very much, Alexandra.
Still there, right? Alexandra? Yes. Yeah. I wanted to ask you because at this last Clean Air Forum in Madrid, there was your boss, Hans Brunix, and he launched the Air Quality Index app, which was so people can look on this app and see what their air quality is in their part of town. And supposedly that's linked to results. People can see the results of the policies of their cities in making their cities healthier, whether they're making healthier or not. How is that working? Can you give us an update on that?
I must say that I'm not directly working on air pollution. I'm working much more on the impacts of climate change on human health. But I must trust my director that if in this app it's really possible to see the effects of the local policies, then that is the case. We know for certain that the local actions aimed at the reduction of air pollution are indeed working, and activities in cities such as, for example, Malmö, just across the bridge from Copenhagen, are showing that limiting the traffic, incentivizing walking and cycling really brings tangible effects in terms of reducing air pollution.
Yep. Healthier city, healthier planet. Thank you very much, Alexandra. Let me move to Tracy Cooper of Public Health Wales. Tracy, from a regional standpoint of Wales, what are your efforts in facilitating and in making this happen? How do you see the win-win-win from where you stand?
Oh, thank you, Chris, and good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting me. I wanted, if it's possible, just to explore, Chris, your question through the lens of COVID and health equity and their relationship with climate change, given that they are public health events and they do overlap and should really influence how we take local targeted action. So we would consider COVID as a syndemic, and what a syndemic is, for those who don't know, is a simultaneous series of epidemics. So in the context of COVID, it's the impact of the infectious nature of COVID in its own right, the impact that COVID has had on the burden of disease, with many of our populations not being able to access healthcare services in a timely way, understandably over the last couple of years. And thirdly, the impact of COVID on the broader socioeconomic population health harms. But COVID has also, as we've seen in all of our countries, exacerbated our underlying inequities and exposed new vulnerabilities for us across different population groups, particularly impacting health and well-being, social cohesion, and the economy. So we have a very great WHO collaborating centre in Public Health Wales. And in this context, in March of 2021, we published a report which was about placing health equity at the heart of COVID's sustainable response and recovery. And we used our colleagues in the WHO's framework, looking at health equity through a number of 5 essential conditions or wider determinants, which include health services, income security and social protection, social and human capital, employment and working conditions, and then finally, living conditions. So looking at Wales through this lens of health equity and how we address and recover from COVID, it showed that the populations with multiple vulnerabilities that have been compounded or exposed that we weren't as familiar with before COVID, and these being children and young people, minority ethnic groups, people living in or at risk of poverty and deprivation, people in insecure income and low work, and marginalised and socially excluded people. And we also, most importantly, back to your question, looked at, so what are the policies and the public health interventions that we need to look at to mitigate these inequities? And I think many of us who are joined today across different countries will know that the benefit, one of the benefits through COVID is that we've all had to scale up our population surveillance. We've had to do rapid evidence analysis, and that has helpfully, but in a worrying way, polarized and exposed where we need to make targeted and universal measures to tackle the inequalities that exist. And that really is about placing health equity at the centre of decisions, of investment, and in policy changes in order for us to protect livelihoods, social cohesion and community resilience. So back to your question, Chris, in that context, in Wales and the UK, we are facing 3 big public health events: COVID, and I've just talked about the health equity of COVID, climate change, but also we are going through an EU transition, as colleagues will know, around Brexit. So in October of 2021, we do the health impact assessments across Wales. We looked at the impact of COVID, climate change and Brexit as a health impact assessment, and looking at how we bring these together to tackle these through better decision making and better policy change. And we looked at the cumulative and individual impacts of these 3, which clearly demonstrate that you can't take public health events separately. We've got to take them in a coherent and a synergistic and cumulative way. And just out of interest, and back to your original question, the findings of the health impact assessment that looked at those 3 areas identify common key determinants that are affected by COVID, for us Brexit, and climate change, being, we've heard these already with colleagues, mental well-being, food insecurity, health behaviours, environmental policy and regulations, employment and working conditions. Common population groups are also affected for all 3, particularly in rural communities, farmers, fishers, those on low income, children and young people again. And that climate change is a common theme for us in Brexit, but for everybody in COVID, and provides, both of these provide opportunities to tackle climate change directly and indirectly for us. So we would say that the current time provides a window of opportunity for policy change for the co-benefits of health and well-being, economy and sustainable environment, and an opportunity to develop a really strong focus on green industrial revolution, green jobs and more employment to drive a fairer and more sustainable economy. So in closing, for us, placing health equity at the heart of policies and public health interventions to mitigate the impact of COVID can also be designed to tackle climate change, and in addition for us, Brexit. But it is all about health in all policies and all policies in health to transform population health and well-being. So I'll close at that and hand back to you, Chris.
Okay, Tracy, thank you. Thank you very much. I want to get to these questions, as many as we can, before we move to the next, to the conclusion. Here's one for you, Christina. How do the IPCC teams see the lack of progress in the implementation of the member states' decisions? What have caught most of your attention regarding the challenges for the health sector? I guess that's two different questions, but what about this lack of progress? And, you know, after COP26, these countries every country has to come up with a plan. Christina.
Well, and at COP26, but we have been doing some analysis of the NDCs, and they were, you know, like not addressing health.
NDCs are national, I forgot. NDCs are?
The national determined commitments.
Okay.
That the countries are submitting to the UNFCCC in relation to the Paris Treaty and the follow-up. So the first question that you were asking about the IPCC, how the colleagues they were seeing this, well, you know, many of them, they see it with despair. I mean, you have seen all these scientists on strike. I mean, how many years they have to be producing reports saying that this is happening, that is super urgent, yep. And things are not moving. So there is a group that they have been reacting in a completely different way because they are not being listened. So I don't know if this is the question that the person is placing. And in relation to the, probably Tracy could reply better in relation to the public health authorities, but I could say that the funding for low emissions technology from the UNFCCC is insufficient to address the needs for mitigation in low, medium income countries. So yeah, I mean, there are many opportunities for transfer of technology and innovation, but the actual funding for low emission technology is insufficient. So I don't know. I pass the question to Tracy.
Yeah, I guess you agree. There is a lack of implementation, and we hope to see that sped up, right? The actions matching the commitments. But Tracy, let's move to you on that, and as well. I'm seeing a question here. I'm translating it into English. Where can you find the resources for the solutions that are being put in place in different territories? How are you finding the financing in Wales? As we had, you know, in the last panel, we kind of talked about that as well.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think accountability is really important in this conversation. Obviously, different countries their governments will focus in a different way. The commitment may be different. And of course, we would all say it needs to be absolutely first and foremost, really trying to achieve the requirements of COP26. But governments achieve it through organizations and through communities. So I think for me, it's how do governments we are a predominantly public service country. How do they hold public services to account to deliver what needs to be done to make sure the right decisions are made? And I think Christina mentioned this in her presentation. For a public health perspective, we present the evidence by looking at social return on investment through different interventions, through different sectors, so people can see the decisions they make, what's the return on investment then in tackling climate change. I think the question about resources is a really key one. It's difficult to try, and WHO have done a great job in coordinating and bringing resources together, which is very helpful for all countries. But it's people having the time to look at those. Finally, from a Welsh perspective, we're actually really fortunate. We have a piece of legislation called the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. This is all about looking at making decisions today for investment for the future, including how we tackle climate change. So, and there is a cross-government framework and a commissioner that holds the government to account in implementing that.
That's true. That's true. What, let's here's one for you, Francesca, over at the WHO. There are many UN interagency and agency committees, initiatives, calls, manifestos, etc. How much has it been impacted? How much has it impacted positively the transformation of the countries and cities with less resources to adapt? So that's a bit related to the previous. How has the scientific community? How can the scientific community help to make it more a participating and inclusive process? I guess those are two different questions. If you could answer briefly, Francesca, I know it's tough.
Yes, thank you. Yes, there are so many international initiatives.
Donc il y a tellement d'initiatives internationales. Donc je disais au début de mon intervention
that so far has been signed by 52 member states, 9 of which in Europe, and that now commits member states, and particularly the health sector, to two key actions: build the climate resilient health systems, and the second one is about developing sustainable low carbon health systems. So you can see that it is true there are very many platforms and so on, but little by little they are making a difference. We have to remember that the health for the first time has been featuring clearly in the COP26 agenda. So there has been a movement that has been successful from that point of view. There has been a massive mobilization of the health professions. So there have been millions of health professionals who have been mobilizing and signing petitions to draw attention on this area. And this is a sign that it takes a long time. I started at the beginning to say we started speaking about the climate change more than 30 years ago, but it is now taking place and making a difference. When it comes to the how can this become more participatory, I believe it depends on our ability to, again, making everybody feeling the ownership for this agenda. Tracy, you were speaking of the intergenerational approach that has been taken by Wales, and this is like a societal responsibility that we do have for that. So, but taking a responsibility and taking ownership of the agenda must translate into taking action now. So from our point of view as a WHO, we have been developing a number of tools, very practical tools that can be deployed in conditions and in places with relatively low technology or low access to advanced, for example, epidemiological knowledge or sophisticated modeling. If you think of a tool like RQ+, a software to measure the health impact of climate change, of air pollution, or the health economic assessment tool for walking and cycling. This is a tool that allows anyone, anywhere in the world, no matter if you have access to the most sophisticated universities, to estimate and calculate economically the health benefit of promoting physical activity and reducing carbon through active mobility using basically two numbers: the number of people affected by the intervention that you're doing, and for how much they are walking or cycling. So we are really trying to bring the evidence and to distill the evidence in a way that can be used and usable across the border by different people under different circumstances and by policymakers as much as activists.
Okay.
And I think that also the most recent evidence we're bringing together of the benefits of nature, green and blue spaces in relation to health and mental health will be additional tools that we can bring to the table and support action. But of course, it's a long way to go.
Francesca. Okay, thanks, Francesca. Let me move very quickly to a final question. I just got a couple of minutes left. This is directed for Tracy, but I'd like to also hear from Alexandra very quickly, if you can both be brief. This says, translating from French, how have you been able to distinguish the respective impact of COVID, climate change, and Brexit on health, since the three are rather connected?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and if the person who's asked the question, I have actually shared the two reports I referred to in the resources for the conference, so you'll be able to have a look at that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'd like to say it was a balance of some advantages and some disadvantages, but we've been doing weekly public engagement surveys since April of 2020, looking at physical activity, looking at people's impression around air quality, mental well-being, social isolation and health factors. And it has waxed and waned based on lockdowns, as you'd expect. And so building the tracking for that and quantifying the impact that has on people's health is really the next phase for us. The health equity status report I talked about, Chris, brings all of those into one space through the lens of health,
right,
and
so
quantifies the impact that has. So please have a look at the resource and you'll be able to see it more clearly. I'll stop in this.
Exactly. So there's more, I guess there's more work to be done too on that. Alexandra, a final word. How do you distinguish between the effect of all three in addressing all of them? But let's also, of course, focus on climate change and health.
Yes, I can talk about the impacts of Brexit in the EU, but one interesting way of looking at it is looking at the mortality among different groups, and there is a network collating weekly data on mortality. And of course, with the COVID, you can see the big peaks during the different waves in different countries when they happened. But for example, if you look at the summer months, and you can really see that the peaks of mortality associated with hot weather in different countries, in particular among the elderly. So I think that's how you can, is one of the ways of looking at this data to distinguish the impacts. And of course, when we talk about COVID, hopefully it's a relatively short-term impact on human health. If we talk about climate change, we look at a much longer perspective, both in terms of the trends and in terms of the future projections.
Alexandra, dziękuję bardzo. Thank you also to Tracy and Francesca and to Christina. A big hand of applause for all four speakers. Thank you very much. And I might remind everyone that those online, that you're watching online, there is a resource section there, resource portal, where you can get a lot of information on what was talked about today. In the next few days, you will also get a PowerPoint, the PowerPoints and the videos that will be posted there online. Bon, je vais passer en français.
So I'll switch to French again, and we'll go back to our word clouds. Let's have a look at the word clouds on screen. Which words? So what word do you remember after 2 days conference? One or two words? Very well. Thank you very much for your participation. Let's now start our closing session, or conclusions rather. Let's have Sébastien Treyer join us from the Institute for Sustainable Development and International Relations. Sebastian, I think you are going to come on stage. Yes, thank you. Good evening. The microphone is working now, so thank you very much. So, Chris, I might not give conclusions, but rather different perspectives that were mentioned today. I attended this afternoon's sessions and discussed what was said in the morning as well. So I was surprised by the number of concrete actions that are linking health and environment, adaptation, mitigation actions. How can we act to protect the environment, and how can we thus act to protect health? Many people mention cross-cutting issues, the fact that there can be co-benefits between different public action areas. How can we mobilize citizens, private actors, stakeholders in regions? We heard a lot of examples on cities, local authorities, who are being much more active, I think, than the national level. And I'm not talking about Santé Publique France here, but sectorial actions. And I feel like cross-sectorial actions are much more efficient at the local level rather than the national and European level. And I'm quite surprised by this, because I'm at the head of a think tank on international relations, trying to reach two ambitious agreements to represent environmental, international, social issues. And I've been working for the Ministry of Environment and this think tank, and I've realized that we need health as a lever to trigger these actions. I feel that when you work for a think tank on environment, you are going to talk about the cost of inactivity if you don't protect environment. We need to mobilize public stakeholders, but also private stakeholders, NGOs, syndicates, trade unions, and the ministry in charge of sectorial policies by using a health-related argument. You can't just act for the environment if it is also about protecting health. So I think that health can be a lever for political mobilization and to be effective at the national and international level. I've just spent 15 days in Geneva to negotiate the protection of biodiversity, a multilateral convention on biological biodiversity at the UN, and all the quantitative goals on reducing the use of pesticides to protect biodiversity have been put aside quite quickly early on as being problematic, because it could reduce our capacity to produce food in large quantities without taking into account health-related issues for agriculture or food-related issues, nutrition-related issues. So we need to talk about the links between nutrition, climate, and other food-related dimensions. And in this international forum space, health wasn't a strong enough argument to reduce the use of pesticides. In Brussels, the Farm to Fork strategy is mentioning nutrition, nutritional health, agriculture's health, safety, and of course we need to produce more in times when Russia is declaring war in Ukraine. And yes, we need to protect agriculture's farmers' health and change our agricultural model, but also in the same time overcome the current crisis. It shouldn't work in opposition. So these were the two anecdotes I wanted to mention to show that at the European and international level, we need to create alliances between health stakeholders and environment stakeholders to change those environmental pathways. Christina talked about the climate resilience and development pathways, and we need to work on resilience. And what I heard a lot as well, both during the last session but all day long, is that science-based analysis are clear. The IPCC report on the health chapter is very precise. We need to protect climate and biodiversity. The benefits on health are going to be significant. To talk in concrete terms on these international disputes in Brussels that I mentioned, and I'm sure that you know about this if you've worked on the common agricultural policy, DG Health and DG Environment is trying to create an alliance to make DG Agriculture join this pact, this Common Agricultural Pact. So we talked about the co-benefits, we talked about alliances, coordination, but alliances can also be complicated and they can provoke a reluctance, and sometimes it's quite hard with sectorial policies. I have nothing against the agribusiness sector or agricultural sector, but it's a flagrant example of those kind of disputes and the fact that health is not always taken into account and placed at its core. Other things I heard today on political mobilization to be able to win those disputes in fine. And one of the key words were inequalities, social inequalities. Of course, when we talk about protecting climate, decarbonization, the reduction of the use of pesticides, but of course, we need to assess how it's going to increase food prices, energy prices, the impact on employment in the agricultural sector, in sectors where people are relying on steel, on coal, production of steel and coal. And in terms of public health, this is striking. We need to show the inequalities, the impacts on the most vulnerable ones if we don't act. If we don't protect climate, then the sanitary, the health impact are going to be very unequal, and we need to prove this. The exposure of the poorest to climate risks, to damages, pollution-related damages, and the fact that health public institutions must act on this, and we need to show the risks related to climate, and I talked about nutrition earlier. Let's say we want to change our consumption mode to change climate. Well, it's because the food model that we have developed at the industrial level with lots of void calories have impact on nutritional health, and this is impacting the poorest populations that have access to these affordable calories, but that are not nutritive. So we need together to prove, to explain these arguments that we don't want to build pathways that are good for the environment but problematic for the social at the social level. No, we want to prove that at the social level it will allow it to make progress, and the environmental action will have a positive impact on health, on social health. All pathways are not as effective, but if it's well designed, then it can be positive. One last thing, and maybe some comments for the national Institute for Public Health. I think that health is a way of mobilizing citizens. So at the city level, at the regional level, cities are very important. We need to raise awareness among citizens, but to show them how they can act as well. Many citizens today say that they're convinced, and I worked with the citizens who were in part of the Citizens Convention for Climate, and most of them said, yes, I want to act, but I don't have the means, I don't have the levers. And regarding issues that are connecting health, nature in cities, adaptation, mitigation, we see initiatives to mobilize citizens at the social level. There must be also a more collective and political mobilization. Of course, the responsibility doesn't just belong to citizens, but starts from the collective level. And I think that it's very useful today not to oppose individual actions to collective actions. I'd say that the actions of local authorities, actions from the grassroots level, is showing that this is a group of means allowing citizens to see that they're not alone. And health issues for this type of mobilizations are very useful as well. I think that, and I'm addressing this to the National Public Health Institutes, but I think that COVID showed that there are curative challenges and preventive challenges, collective actions to protect public health. I think that public health is not well known for citizens when they think about the doctors. Now public health has become much more of a daily issue, and this is what we can use to promote collective actions and to promote collective well-being. I think that thanks to these issues, we can build a striking political narrative, and I think that these alliances, National Public Health Institutes, are essential to share data and to encourage citizens to implement these pathways. Sometimes there can be political disputes that are coming in the way, and that were my observations. I think that maybe I come across as an activist because I work for a think tank, but we need to mention all these ideas. Thank you, Sebastian. We had a think tank perspective. Let's hear what Jean-Christophe Combourure has to say. He's the Deputy to the Vice Director, Division for the Prevention of Environmental and Food-Related Risks, Director General for Health. So we talked about farm to fork. So yes, we want more of this, farm to fork, and it's a health-related issue. And with the Ukraine crisis, I think that it is making it trickier. Indeed, yes, the action at the international, European level, national level, since I work for DG Health, for Ministry of Health, and climate change is a major challenge. So thank you very much for having organized today's conference at Santé Publique France, a conference that is taking place within the French presidency of the Council of the European Union. And so this will take place until June in France. Today's conference was rich, was fascinating. Exchanges were fascinating. We talked about the urgency to act and some concrete actions in the field, actions that are significant at the national level. And on Monday, the IPCC have launched a plea to take immediate actions, and I think that health is now integrated in this process. And this plea, this call to guarantee a sustainable future is at its core, and I think that it's time to act. And climate change is, yes, a determining factor of public health, also a factor of inequalities, and this is why we need robust health systems taking into account environmental challenges. I'll talk about the last 7 years and the impact on heat that were observed. 2021 was particularly hot during summer in the northern part of the hemisphere. So we saw that climate change does exist, and that people is now aware of it, being a victim of it. Measures must be taken to mitigate climate change and adapt to it. Otherwise, we will see an increase of morbidity and mortality, negative impacts on life quality during the next decades. The notion of life quality is essential here. Policies in order to decarbonize economies will have also an impact on health. Today's title is reminding us of this. Health is a lever for action on climate change. You were mentioning it earlier. Health is involving each citizen. However, crises such as health crisis and COVID, war in Ukraine and its impact shouldn't be a reason to ignore other threats such as climate change. In terms of health impacts, we know that extreme events such as heat waves are increasing risks of mortality and morbidity. We saw concrete actions today in Nutrition Athens. The risk of importing infectious diseases and vectorial disease is becoming higher and higher. And this has a direct link with the environment and the change of biodiversity. A comprehensive approach is implemented to strengthen surveillance. We talked about it this morning. Epidemiological surveillance, strengthening diagnosis capacity, antivectorial struggles. We saw the comeback of tiger mosquito, and in France, the challenges around healthcare, dissemination in environment, research challenges as well are very much present in France. One of the main challenges is prevention, and the goal is to strengthen social mobilization and health education for everyone to prevent the development of infectious and vectorial disease by adapting preventive measures and to limit risk. Prevention is also about communicating on these challenges. We can also mention air pollution with aggravation of asthma, of cardiovascular risks, especially for the most vulnerable, most exposed people. We talked about allergies as well, and pollination that is related to temperatures and rainfalls with an impact on the flowering periods, pandemics, a hotter climate that will trigger this and impact on health. And to finish, to strengthen prevention and face emerging risk, we need this One Health approach. It must be cross-sectorial to be fully effective. Transversal approach was highlighted. It is important. After having faced 2 days observations at the national level, France has a specific strategy to adapt to climate since 2011. Simultaneously, France has adopted its first national strategy, low-carbon strategy in 2020, defining a roadmap for France on mitigation and adaptation. These are guidelines to implement a transition to a low-carbon economy in all activity business sectors. This is essential with targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions for France, carbon budgets, 2 ambitions to be carbon neutral, 0 net emission by 2050, and reduce French population's carbon footprint. Our national strategy is part of the 2 chapters of national policy. Second pillar on adaptation to climate change. Defining the future French strategy has now been the goal, the purpose of projects in France. This will be the new roadmap, updated roadmap to reach carbon neutrality by 2050 in France and to make sure that our society is adapting to climate change. There will be a first law on the energy climate law. The national plan will be updated and revised, and there will be a multi-annual programming of energy. Challenges are numerous. First, climate emergency, but also integrating territorial actions, sectorial actions as well. We will need to translate this in a reduction of greenhouse gas emission, minus 50% net emission. There will be a direct impact on the national objective of reducing emissions by 2030 and will allow a significant impact on additional decisions. In order to accelerate these policies, the health sector must contribute to decarbonization, but also allow our health system to be resilient in the face of climate change. Digital health as well will allow to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Thanks to these public policies, the Ministry of Health is committed to fight against climate change and against its impacts on health. In 2020, the Prime Minister has asked 7 ministries to put in place an action plan for the Ministry of Health in order to strengthen the coherency of public policies, commitment in France in terms of combating climate change. This is in progress. This will allow us to cover a broad scope to limit the impact of human activity on climate and environment. So this is the mitigation pillar, and also limits the evolution of emissions. There will be 6 challenges for this low-carbon national strategy. 6 challenges, 3 on mitigation, 3 on adaptation. So regarding mitigation, we'll need to renovate hospitality infrastructures, medical and social infrastructures to be made more energy efficient. This will become one of the priority actions. In the health sector, there will be a policy on sustainable development in medical infrastructures. Last summer, the Ministry for Health and the Environment have launched an appeal, a call addressed to all health and medical infrastructures to nominate advisors for these actions. These advisors in energy performance will have for mandate to accompany a number of establishments, institutions to reduce their carbon footprint. The national budget is of 10 million per year up to 2024 to encourage these recruitments. Food also is a lever. Health and sustainable food is also part of these pillars. The law on climate and resilience have introduced a new climate dimension on strategy for food, and this will be included next summer. Solidarity and social justice must also be at the heart of our attention, to take into account the most vulnerable populations, the most affected populations, in order to protect the health of our population. We must put in place adaptation measures. We talked about examples to prevent heat waves, to prepare to heat waves, and this can be done at the national or local level. We had the example of Grenoble, for instance. This may be strengthened, adapted, depending on the challenges, the frequency of these heat waves. We mentioned it this morning as well. We consolidate alert systems, and climate change indeed will trigger changes on the environment and biodiversity that will have direct impact on human health. So we need to make sure that the risk of viral transmission are taken into account. Use of water as well. The Ministry of Health is very much cautious on this. Access to water, access to the water that is of a good quality, preserve resource in water. The Ministry of Health must be an example and will show that sustainable development is clear. And today's building where we're hosting this conference is a real example of this. Regarding populations, the vulnerable populations, accompanying these transitions is also key to the Ministry of Health. The major role of national public health institutes to promote best practices in the health sector in terms of adaptation or mitigation to improve health and well-being in a changing climate. The International Association of National Public Health Institutes is playing a key role. This conference is a perfect example of these type of actions. Today, we had the example of cities, regions in Utrecht, Athens, Grenoble. These are inspiring examples that must be shared. We must continue the collaboration of institutions with international organizations, regional organizations, civil society, citizens who are engaged, committed in public health and climate change. Let's make sure that health is part of public policies to combat climate change. This will allow us to assess our public policies. We'll be able to adopt a One Health approach. We've mentioned this several times. We need to make these challenges, these issues, cross-cutting. This is also key. Thank you very much for the invite and for today's conference. The exchanges were rich and the examples were very much concrete. Beyond a commitment at the national, international level, there must be examples at the local level. This is essential. Thank you very much.
Let's see.
Thank you very much, Jean-Christophe. Okay, last word then to science. Laetitia, you are scientific director at the Director General for Health. It's a 4:40, and we were supposed to kind of wrap up right now, but we're going to give you a few moments to science. Does this give you any hope, Laetitia, what you heard here today? That health can be and must be a driver to combat climate change? Before seriously answering you, I might start with Thea. personal anecdote here. I'm a specialist for public health, and I have children. And some of them are going through teenagers. And, teens ask a lot of questions about what you're doing, who you are. For them, my job is a bit obscure. Say, okay, I'm a doctor, but I don't treat people. I don't heal people, don't help people. So I've used my daughters, who's the closest to teenager adolescence. So I click on a computer and I have meetings. That's what I do. Sometimes the radio says Santé Publique France, and that becomes a bit concrete then. We count the number of COVID cases, and that's concrete too. That can be useful. Don't know, maybe not. And then we don't let them eat the fun stuff they want to eat, maybe for nutritional reasons or maybe health alerts or whatever. But so my job isn't all that appealing, and we, don't enjoy my job too much lately. But this morning, things were a bit different. We were talking about the day, what we were going to do. We were talking about climate change and so on. And I saw eyeballs open up. And my kids thought, well, hey, maybe what we were doing had some usefulness for public health. We'll talk about it tonight. We'll see. But this morning, things were different. And I think it's different because this means something. It means it makes one proud. I mean, what we did today, I'm proud. Maybe it's useful, especially in people's perceptions and first and foremost, kids' perceptions. So that to me is important. So what youth wants from us, and I think this was said this morning, they want concrete actions and every day. I think that's what the youth are telling us. And they'll frequently check up on us too, and they'll be asking us for answers to be accountable. Some people brought some nuances to the time frame. Maybe it's not right now, right away. Maybe it's not absolute urgency. Maybe it's relative urgency. But if we look at what was said and the anxiety expressed by the youth, it's not even anxiety, it's distress, it's desperation. But I think that you have to realize, you have to conclude that you can't wait, we can't wait. It's right now, it's urgent. Our health and well-being that has to be negotiated in the public sphere is what our children are dictating to us. It's anxiety, it's desperation, it's distress. This is, what I would bring to today's debate. But beyond that, as us, we are the France Publique Santé Publique France. We're a public health agency. We talked about shifts in society. We talked about that society changing. But what we saw was acting is the simplest choice. And the other choices have no purpose. This is the choice. Acting is the choice that enables us to move forward for our youth and also benefits for health. So do we actually have any other choice than taking action? We don't. So that's really important. And the COVID pandemic came up several times in the discussion. We learned so much from it. We learned something extraordinary. We learned that for health, we were able to have worldwide extraordinary actions that changed everything, that impacted the economy, that impacted so many things. And the normal barriers that are thrown up, well, we were able to get beyond them in certain conditions. So there's that potential. It's there. But we also talked about the fact that, well, we can't have only action for health. There were balances that we had to find between health and wealth. And these were very important things to be taken into account to produce benefits for health. So our responsibility as individuals and public health actors, stakeholders, our responsibility is huge in this setting. We have to reduce, we have to be exemplary, we have to work on our emissions, we have to improve our environmental footprint, but we also have to put this at the center of all of our actions. I didn't say preoccupations or concerns, I said actions. So should it be one of our priorities, one of our institutional priorities, or the institutional priority? I don't know, but to promote and protect the population's health, perhaps the current debate is the problem that very topic is not the center, the heart of our priorities. So we have to contribute to moving forward the political agenda. And I think some of the talks and even the conclusion show how difficult it can be to drive forward. the political agenda, and how important health issues are on this agenda. We have to contribute to public policy through science. We're scientific agents. We have to be documented. We have to understand. We have to evaluate, quantify benefits, offer solutions. And this advising for the greenest healthy choice is probably one of the most important elements of it all. We see that the IPCC's elements give us concrete elements in the talks and their ability to change and impact health. We saw some very inspirational examples from municipalities here and far away, and political engagements that were shown by our colleague Tracy and the representative from our DGS. We have to train actors. We have to support other organizations. We're not alone. Just like in COVID, we're all together in this momentum. We have to work continuously and relying on stable institutional players to not be pushed aside for certain priorities on certain agendas. Second point that sticks in my mind is we have to change the way we work. It's also important to have a broader vision, to understand, to recognize the interconnection of all the systems in this One Health viewpoint. We have to work on that on a daily basis. The intersectorality, interdisciplinary. We didn't hear the word multidisciplinary today. We heard interdisciplinary. It's a similar concept, though. And this via multiple actors and stakeholders in a continuity of actions. We have to reinforce it. We have to share our know-how. We have to grow this further. We developed this during COVID, and we saw that during COVID, all of the issues at stake in terms of logistics and many other dimensions, that the healthcare was the focus of what we were doing, and we succeeded in certain areas. So this intersectoriality was mentioned, illustrated by the people here today who spoke and who showed the various aspects and the various elements that we can put into play together. Different scales, different echelons, so worldwide, the small village. Our planet is a small village, all the way down to the smallest level, which is what? The finest level is what? People, individuals. And what we see is we don't know where the actual right action is. It could be the town committee, community, municipality. This is where it's the most fluid to be able to implement actions. And as agencies, we're very interested in these territorial activities where we break them down into the lowest levels possible, and hopefully it trickles down. There are opportunities that we can't miss in changing the way we work. Traditionally, we work on risks. We have a lot of people working in epidemiology, lots of agencies working on risk factors, individual risk factors, community risk factors, climate change. It's really not the risk or the risk factors. It's to have a systemic way of acting, way of working, creating favorable environments favorable for health, dealing with mitigating climate change, endemic, pandemic diseases, infectious diseases, so on and so forth. Everything, it has to be global. A third element, I think, we have to influence research agendas, and that's a major issue. We see all the project, we see all the data that exists, we can convince, we can win over. We're not questioning climate change, we're just questioning how we're going to best deal with it. But we have to support and contribute to defining research agendas on these issues to identify gaps, because there are gaps. But we have to also compel action and actionable knowledge so that we can have concrete solutions, concrete results. Science and research have to help us work in integrated analyses of climate change and being able to adapt public policy for mitigation. So this is fundamental to be able to move forward on a common roadmap based on One Health or planetary health. I mean, we can talk about you can discuss and debate the semantics, but it's really all the same idea. We have to keep the focus on this, as I'm assuming we did, at least that's what the pandemic, COVID, taught us, that we have to, all these issues of equity. So equity is fundamental. And we've seen the impact and the diversity of the impact on society based on people's characteristics and their vulnerabilities. So we have a key role to play in translating science into public policy and into practice. But this, I think that's what this whole day illustrates, and this is what we shared today. Of course, we're going to continue our research, our work at SPF, and it's a major facet of what we do. And of course, at INFI, where we have the committee, where we'll be developing, growing a defined place for these topics. And I would also like to thank, of course, all of our speakers today. Were incredibly interesting and inspirational, who were able to talk to us. And I'd also like to thank all of the participants. We had over 1,500 connections. And sometimes, okay, it wasn't easy for everyone because we had some technical issues, and I apologize to everyone for that. But I thank everyone who participated in this event with us. And I would also like to thank the teams who were able to make all of this possible, content-wise and organizationally, and those who helped us through this day and put it together, and we'll carry it beyond today because this day is just one day amongst many. And I repeat that every evening at dessert, I get questions, so I have to tell my kids what I'm doing. So I would like to thank the president of INFI, Duncan Selby, who contributed substantially to today, and John Newton, the president of our scientific committee, who's with us here today. So thank you all very much.
Merci, Laetitia.
Thank you, Laetitia. Well, that's the end of today, and a whole day where health was at the focus of what we're doing as a driver for action. That gives us hope. So thank you to Santé Publique France. Thank you to the French presidency of the European Union, and thank you to all of you here present and out there connected. And so your task now is not over because you have the hashtag SP France NAMFI for climate, and you have to share this across the world. So hashtag SP France, hashtag INFI for climate, hashtag for climate, or you can go with all three of them together there. And resources, of course, on the platform that you see online there. And in a few days, well, you'll have all of the PowerPoints and all the slides and the videos available that were shown here today. So keep that in mind. I think that's it. I'm Chris Burns. Goodbye, and until the next time. Thank you.